This is day 2 of our 3 days of hearings. Today's hearing is on transport matters. Yesterday we had a policy hearing, and tomorrow we'll be discussing legal agreements and planning conditions. Now I know many of you have heard what I'm going to say before, and you heard it yesterday, but for those not here today, my name is Keith Bray. I'm the reporter appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider this called-in application for planning permission in principle for Phase 1 of the International Business Gateway site, which we've been calling IBG yesterday, so we'll continue with that. That's for mixed-use development associated works, including car parking, servicing, access, public realm, and all at land near Eastfield Road, Edinburgh. After these hearings, and considering all the evidence, I am to report back to Ministers with my recommendation. Then it is for the Ministers to determine the course of action with this application. 2 of my colleagues are here today, Alison and Stuart from the DPA, sitting in the public seating. So that's who I am likely to be chatting to, if you're wondering. I am at break or lunch. They're here simply to observe. They don't play any part, and will not play any part, in the decision-making process or writing up my report. They're just here to observe. As with yesterday, Ewan and Graham are operating the technology which allows us to webcast. We're webcast live today. That's to ensure that anyone who's not able to attend can do so at their own leisure at home, or even play it back later. You can do that tonight if you're really minded. As I said yesterday, webcasting is a really important part of our strategy to enhance public access to the appeals process. The cameras today, as I understand, are directed towards the participants and myself, so no one in the public seating will be caught up in the shot. As I said yesterday, please use your microphones. Talk into your microphones directly. You don't need to talk at me. You can talk directly into the microphone. Switch your light on, which is the big red button in the middle, and your stock should be illuminated in red, and that's you ready to talk. If you're moving the microphone at all, please avoid lifting it by the neck. That can damage it. Ewan and Graham will get grumpy if you do that, so and please avoid that. So in terms of filming, is there any questions with regard to filming? There wasn't yesterday. Everyone okay with that? Okay. I've been made aware that there may be some students from Heriot-Watt University coming in to observe a hearing process, but 9:30 in the morning is perhaps a bit early for students. But we'll see. So if people do come in, then we know who they are. Given that we have different participants today, and of course there may be people tuning online that weren't in yesterday or online yesterday, can I ask all the teams to introduce themselves? And we'll just go around the room, and we'll start, as yesterday, with the applicant.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Neil Collar, solicitor from Brodie's, here on behalf of the applicant. Today, going down the table on my left, I'm accompanied by Robert Newton, Douglas Bissett, Bethan Tuckett-Jones and Claire Carr.
Ms Watson.
My name is Lorna Watson. I'm a member of the public.
John MacDonald, the Quality Manager for the Development Management Team of the Roads Directorate, Transport Scotland.
And Jason Gillespie of Sistra, Term Consultants to Transport Scotland on development management issues.
My name is Alistair McKee. I'm a partner with the law firm Henderson Strathern. I'm representing Edinburgh Airport Limited. On my right is Kevin Martin, Transport Consultant, and on his right, Stephen Swan, Legal Director at the airport.
Good morning. I'm Graham Nelson, Solicitor to the Council. To my left is Elaine Campbell, Team Manager for Planning for this area of the city. To my right, Francis Newton, Planning Officer. To that right again is Ewan Kennedy, Service Manager at Transport. Then Matthew Simpson, Transport Officer. And finally, Andrew Campbell, Environmental Health Officer.
Okay, I think that's everyone. The next item was housekeeping. I've turned down the heating for the room. It's a bit warm when we come in, but if I can asked the council as yesterday to be in control of that. So if anyone is getting a bit too hot, if you just ask Elaine to do that. She's the closest to the controls. Fire escape, there is no planned practice, so there won't be a beep at 11 o'clock. Today, if there is a beep around 11 o'clock, it's for real. The exits are behind that curtain. There's a door, or out that door, and go to your right, around the building to the car park to assemble in the car park. The nearest defibrillator is in the reception, as I said yesterday, should we need it. Please turn off your mobiles or pop them onto silent. Make sure you use the microphones. That's a reminder to me to make sure I turn off my microphone when I'm not talking. I was told by Graham and Ewan to stop doing that, so I'll try to do that today. The documents, the other housekeeping matter, there was 3 documents related to 2 matters yesterday. They've been submitted to the case officer. I'm aware of that. And although the files are a bit too big for me to receive them, if we do get into discussions, then I may need a paper copy, but I may just be able to take notes. But we do have them. The case officer has confirmed that. Could you just, the council, confirm the numbers that you've given in terms of core documents, just in case anyone's referring to that? Or indeed whether numbers were given.
Apologies, sir. I think it was in the email itself, so Elaine's just opening that back up to be able to confirm that for you.
Document 41 is the proposal of application notice from Edinburgh Airport, which has 2 documents attached. So it has the proposal of application notice form and the location plan. And document 42 is the updated Edinburgh design guidance. And that's the larger document.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's part of the core document list. Okay. Everyone clear on that? Good. Okay, just a note on how discussion will be led. An abbreviated version from yesterday's, but still important nonetheless. There will be a structured discussion on transportation matters. Just because I'm not covering certain matters, whether it's transportation or other issues during this hearing or the 3 hearings, doesn't diminish the importance of these issues. I will deal with them in my report. I will be reporting back to ministers on the application as a whole. I'll be taking into account all the matters that have been raised and put before me. But the matters that need discussion and require me to ask some questions are the matters that are being dealt with by the hearings. I'll not allow any formal presentation of cases today, or no cross-examination. This is not an inquiry. It's a discussion which is chaired and led by myself. I'll start off by asking a question of one of the parties as we go through the agenda, and I will invite other parties to contribute as we go along. So everyone should get an opportunity to contribute. Don't feel you have to on each point. If you don't have anything to say, then please just say that and we'll move on swiftly. If you have any comments or questions as we go through, that's fine, but please make sure you come through myself as the chair, and please let each party finish their points. Everyone was exceptionally well behaved yesterday, so I'm expecting the same today. I'll not single out an individual member in the team. I'll just ask the team to deal with the question, and you can, the team leader is likely to decide who will actually take the question. For brevity, as yesterday, I'll refer to the Council, the Airport, Transport Scotland and the applicant, just in case I get any names wrong, and just to keep things moving quickly. The Council may be glad to know that not all the questions will be directed to them in the first instance, as was generally the case yesterday. I said that at the start yesterday, so today I will be sharing that burden in terms of the initial questions. On the agenda, there is an opportunity for team leaders to have concluding remarks. That was agreed at the pre-examination meeting. They should be focused on dealing with points that we have discussed today, and we'll discuss that later on in the afternoon in terms of timing for that. I'll try to move on swiftly when I consider I've got information that I need to write my report. Don't feel the need to repeat anything that's in your statements. You can allow the discussion just to kind of move as swiftly as possible. Everything that you tell me today is evidence, so I'll be taking notes, and I may include that in my report. I may ask to pause if I'm trying to catch up with notes. Similarly, if you're trying to find documents or looking to consult, then just give us an indication that you need a couple of seconds just to gather thoughts or to find documents, then that's fine. But you may see me taking notes and just delaying if I'm scrolling about my tablet. It's because I'm trying to find documents. Everyone got a copy of the agenda? Okay, everyone has got a copy. That's fine. Well, that's all matters relating to how the discussion will be led. Procedural matters now. That's item 1D. That's really about timing. I plan to break at about 11 today for about 10 minutes. We unanimously agreed 45 minutes for lunch today, so that will allow us to keep moving forward. Aim to finish at 4 o'clock. But we'll just have to see how we go, and we'll probably discuss timing further on in the afternoon, and any implications around timing, because I am keen to get through all my questions and give everyone the opportunity to answer. Do any of the parties have any particular time limits this evening that I should be aware of? I'll not ask everyone, just please indicate if there are any particular constraints. I don't plan to keep you here till 8 o'clock at night, but if there was any time constraints, then either say now or later in the day. Okay, I trust everyone is clear about what we've got to do. That's my preamble just about finished. Is there any questions on procedures from any of the parties involved? No? Okay. Happy to move on to the substantive parts of the agenda. Then item 2, posed as a question, just what is a transport assessment? Yesterday was dealing with policy, largely connected with the development plan, in particular relating to transport matters. I was referred to the LDP definition of a transport assessment. Are the parties content that I can adopt that as a definition of a transport assessment, subject to obviously the item just below it, but all parties content with that definition? I will actually start with the council though in this instance. I'm sure that you're quite happy that that definition is something I should use.
Yes, sir, we are.
Yeah, and the airport? Happy? Transport Scotland? Yeah. And the applicant? Yeah, okay. Now, moving on to 2B, which is transport assessment guidance. Just want to get clarity and agreement today. The key guidance for producing transport assessments was referred to yesterday in terms of Transport Scotland's guidance, transport assessment guidance, and I have noted a number of parties have quoted paragraphs and references in their hearing statements, but I just want to be sure that all the parties are agreed that that's the key reference guidance with regard to producing transport assessments. Is that the case, Transport Scotland? Yeah. And the applicant? Yeah. Airport? Happy with that? Okay. And the council? Okay. I've read the guidance and I'll no doubt read it again, and I've taken note of all the matters that have been raised and the paragraphs particularly that have been raised, but is there anything in particular that is relevant to this particular case that you want to highlight to me today? And I'll maybe kick off with the airport on that one.
I think there are a number of points here. There is a definition of a transport assessment within it. I'll use the phrase TAG, which is Transport Assessment Guidance, and I'd like to refer to that. The Council statement has it in a definition in full on page 20, and it refers to page 21. It refers to paragraph 2.1 on page 4 of the guidance, and I won't read it fully out, but the middle part of it says the TA report will permit the transport implications of a proposed development to be considered and will identify any measures required to enable a more sustainable and environmentally efficient proposal. And I would like to stress the words will identify any measures required, sir, because that's what we should be hearing about today. And I think it's relevant to refer that back to paragraph 287 of SPP that we were discussing yesterday, which has a very similar requirement. The transport assessment, it says that planning permission should not be granted where the transport assessment does not identify satisfactory ways of meeting sustainable transport requirements. And then the paragraph also refers to this particular guidance as the guidance document. The Council and the applicant refer briefly to TAG as being the document and what it contains, but there are a number of paragraphs within TAG which specifically require certain aspects to be demonstrated and assessed, and I would just like to refer to a number of them. And this may very well come up under has a transport assessment being provided for the application, but I think it's relevant to set the scene, sir. Paragraphs 2.15 and 2.19 to 2.21 talk about discussions with public transport operators in terms of consideration of enhanced or new services. TAG table 3.2 regards TA scoping, includes in that table public transport impacts.
Excuse me, what page is that on? What page is that on? Sorry.
I'll just need to look at
Page 9.
table
Page 10.
3.2. Page 17. So, public transport impacts is in the third column on the right in the table. Figure 5.1, and I'm just looking for the page, which is on page 21, indicates the key elements of a transport assessment. And that includes assessment of impacts and mentions congestion and local accessibility. And tag 5.28 and that is on page 27, sir. And this is relevant to discussions that we had yesterday. It talks about mode share targets, and it says that you should show how mode share targets for individual developments will be met. And I recall that everybody in the room agreed that this has to be demonstrated, sir, yesterday. Tag 5.60. Which is on page 33, talks about assessing bus and rail viability. Tag 5.63 which is on page 34, indicates that it is important to recognise that traffic models must be fit for purpose and validated to DLMRB standards. Tag 5.67, which is on page 34, indicates that for parking controls parking control needs to be included in the TA stage. Restrictions on on-site parking may lead to overflow parking in surrounding areas. I think this is relevant to the discussion regarding Ingleston Park and rides there. And lastly, I would refer to tag Appendix B, B1. I don't have a page for that, sir, because I haven't printed that particular part out. But it's if we can find it, B1.
I have it.
Yep,
I've got it.
That's an appendix, and it's page 49, sir. And it says, key to implementation is to ensure actions and measures are properly specified when planning permission is granted. And I think I would just mention one other that I seem to have gone past, sir. 5.15. On page 23, the TA document should indicate the conditions to be imposed on any PPIP consent to ensure that any subsequent applications maintain the conditions of the original application. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. If I could perhaps ask the Council if you've got anything to add to that. Are there additional references in the document that are particularly important, or is there anything that you disagree with in terms of what the airport have said?
I think what I'd like to add is what the purpose of the document is. It's not a tick box exercise. It's what it's actually aiming at. In our submission on page 20, which was referred to, the crucial elements, I think, are talking about traffic reduction and impacts on car journeys, and obviously promoting public transport, cycling and walking, and that's really what the thrust is.
Transport Scotland, do you have anything to add?
No, sir.
Applicant?
Thank you, sir. Where do we start, I wonder? I'll address the airport's comments in a second. That's quite a list to go through. What I would like to draw your attention to, which the airport failed to mention completely, was paragraph 5.77 on page 37 of the Transport Assessment Guidance. And this is quite key for the numerous transport studies that have been undertaken in the last decade for West Edinburgh. And it deals with cumulative impact. And just to be clear, I'm going to actually read it out because I think it's very important. With several proposals in close proximity, a more detailed transport assessment of the cumulative impact of the proposals may be more appropriate than one for each proposal in isolation. If a planning authority wishes to promote several developments near each other, they should aim to assess the cumulative transport impact issues arising from the entire scheme, ideally at the same time the site or area is being designated in the development plan. Now, this is precisely what has been carried out over the past decade, starting with WETA in 2010, TISWEP in 2011, WETS in 2015, and WETA Refresh in 2016. Turning now briefly to the points raised by Mr. Martin, I believe we talked about paragraph 2.1 first. I would suggest that paragraph 2.2 provides a good definition of what a transport assessment is. This is on page 4. Transport assessment is a comprehensive and systematic process which aims to identify and address the transport issues relating to a proposed development. The airport goes on to talk about SPP 287. If you just give me a second, I will get hold of that. Now, we discussed this yesterday, SPP Core Document 2, page 64, paragraph 287. Planning permission should not be granted for significant travel-generating uses at locations which would increase reliance on the car, and where direct links to local facilities by walking and cycling networks are not available or cannot be made available. Well, this has been demonstrated through the various transport submissions that direct links to local facilities via walking and cycling networks are indeed available. Access to local facilities via public transport networks would involve walking more than 400 metres. Again, this has been demonstrated through the various transport submissions over the last decade that the site is accessible to public transport networks within 400 metres, and that the transport assessment does not identify satisfactory ways of meeting sustainable transport requirements. Well, again, this has been demonstrated through all the transport submissions, again, over the last decade, that the site is highly sustainable in terms of public transport. We have an active tram stop on the site, which has been in place since approximately 2013-2014. We have a bus-based park and ride with numerous services directly accessible from the IBG Phase 1 site. There are bus stops on Eastfield Road and the A8 in close proximity to the boundary of the development site. There are proposals within our application to provide enhancements to the public transport infrastructure, to the walking and cycling facilities, to provide what's been called the missing link along the north side of the A8 between the subject site and the RBS junction. So in terms of that point, I would contend that we do comply with paragraph 287 of the SPP. If we can now turn to paragraph 2.15 to 2.19 and 2.23 in Transport Assessment Guidance. This is in relation to developers. Developers should consult the planning authority prior to submitting a planning application to ensure that the type and scale of the proposal is suitable for the site under consideration. I believe this was discussed at great length yesterday, and the fact that the site is an allocated site for development and the type and scale of the proposal is suitable for the site under consideration. It says they should also liaise with transport authorities, including Transport Scotland, and public transport operators to demonstrate how the development will function in transport terms and to identify any possible adverse transport impacts. Well, we have liaised with Transport Scotland and the Council, City of Edinburgh Council, in terms of scoping the study that we undertook at the start of this exercise when I got involved, which was the West Edinburgh Transport Study. So we prepared the West Edinburgh Transport Study to scope agreed with both Transport Scotland and the Council. However, towards the end of that process, there was effectively a pause put on the determination of the application to continue with or to start the Wetter Refresh study at that time. In terms of paragraphs 2.19 to 2.23, this is in relation to public transport operators. As everyone will know, in Scotland, public transport services are deregulated. They're run on a commercial basis. And this, at the moment, is a PPP application. We do not have any end users or end development at the moment. We have a serving suggestion of the development for the site with development parameters, etc. And it would be inappropriate at this time to determine what exactly additional bus services, if that's what the airport are suggesting, would be implemented once the development proceeds. It is entirely reasonable, and in my experience over the last 25 years, it's entirely plausible to enter these discussions and negotiations with public transport operators on a commercial basis once a development has started to proceed. If we now turn to table 3.2, table 3.2 shows, it's titled Contents of Transport Assessment Scoping Report. Again, this is a serving suggestion of what could be within a transport assessment scoping report. This document, as the title gives away, is guidance. It's trying to cover, in my mind, all eventualities for the transport impacts for a development. And as I said previously, we undertook scoping discussions with both the relevant transport authorities for the wet study, and during the wetter refresh study, which is the definitive transport appraisal of development in West Edinburgh, there was comprehensive governance in the form of steering groups, working groups and working parties to guide the wetter refresh study. And the council, the airport, various other developer stakeholders were involved in that, and Transport Scotland, in addition to the applicant. So in terms of scoping of a transport assessment, in inverted commas, that has been done through wetter refresh and the comprehensive stakeholder engagement and governance process that was put in place, which is all detailed within the West Edinburgh Transport Appraisal Refresh document. If we now turn to figure 5.1, sorry, I didn't write the page number down when we were going through this comprehensive list. This talks about the key elements of a transport assessment in terms of assessing travel characteristics, measures to influence travel to the site, and assessment of impacts. If we actually look at the detail within wetter refresh, there is an assessment of travel characteristics, and I'm sure we'll come on to this in greater detail later. But there is a person trip assessment within the wetter refresh document that addresses the travel characteristics of all the developments in West Edinburgh, and we can go through that shortly, I imagine. In terms of measures to influence travel to the site, these again have been assessed in wetter refresh, and there is numerous measures in terms of walking, cycling, public transport infrastructure, and finally road infrastructure to deal with the residual impacts of vehicle traffic. The assessment of these impacts has also been undertaken in wetter refresh as well. As I said, the assessment of the impacts has been undertaken in wetter refresh. There was a strategic VISUM model undertaken and microsimulation modelling in the terms of VISUM modelling within wetter refresh as well. If we then go on to paragraph 5.28, this section talks about mode share targets. Transport assessment documents are appropriate for identifying how mode share targets set by local authorities for individual developments will be met. Now, we touched on mode share targets yesterday, and there was no, to my mind, clear definition of mode share targets other than the West Edinburgh Strategic Design Framework, which indicated an overall mode share target for West Edinburgh of 50% by car traffic. I can't remember the reference to the document yesterday, but we did discuss it yesterday. In terms of paragraph 5.60, bus and rail viability. I'm not sure if I've got the right paragraph there. It seems to talk about traffic impact analysis and peak periods rather than bus and rail viability. Nevertheless, we discussed this earlier on in terms of public transport viability. It's run on a commercial basis, and there will be, I'm sure, increases in public transport to the subject site as and when required as the development builds out. In terms of the tram, we, through the WET study, we undertook some high-level analysis of the capacity of the tram system, and that's detailed within WETs. To my knowledge, I don't believe that's been updated in any further assessments, but I do recollect from that assessment at the time that there was the potential to increase the frequency of trams running on the current tram network. In terms of paragraph 5.63, it talks about models must be fit for purpose in terms of traffic modelling. And again, if we look at Wet or Refresh, which is a definitive transport study for West Edinburgh, these models have been calibrated and validated to be fit for purpose, and the study has been agreed with all stakeholders and approved by the Council. In terms of paragraph 5.64, on-site parking provision, we have always stated throughout this application process that the applicant would be content to accept a planning condition in terms of restricting parking in the future, in combination with a controlled parking zone for the whole of West Edinburgh, as detailed in the Council's documentation. And if I recollect correctly from yesterday afternoon, the Council submitted the updates to the Edinburgh Design Guidance as core document 42, which on a review last night appear to indicate that the parking standards for Class 4 business use for Zone 2, which covers quite a substantial part of Edinburgh, has been substantially revised from 1 space per 63 square metres of development to 1 space per 385 square metres of development. And I'm sure we'll come on to discuss this further later on in the agenda today. In terms of Appendix B1, this discusses the implementation aspects, and as I would like to highlight again, this is a PPP application, it is not a detailed application at this time. However, the key to implementation is to make sure that those actions and measures which are described as being part of the proposed development are properly specified when planning permission is granted. And if we turn to the Development Management Subcommittee report, core document 22A, I do believe that that comprehensive document covers the various matters that need to be properly specified for planning permission to be granted. And finally, if we turn to paragraph 5.15, This discusses the transport document should indicate the conditions to be imposed on any planning in principle consent to ensure that any subsequent applications maintain the conditions of the original application. I do not see anything in the documentation before me, in particular in relation to core document 22A, that does not comply with that bullet point. Finally, sir, I would like to pass on to Claire Carr, as I believe that she may have some additional points in relation to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got one further point to add. If I could refer you to paragraph 2.5 in TAG, where it clearly specifies that a TA is intended to evolve as a development passes through concept, planning, delivery and monitoring stages. And as I state in my statement, it is not a snapshot in time. It's an evolving process as development progresses. And it's about ensuring that the required information is provided and is appropriate at each stage of the planning process. So I think that statement within that paragraph within the transport assessment tag clearly sets out that this is something that will evolve over time, and that we need to make sure that the information that's provided, and I'm sure we'll come on to this a little bit later, is appropriate and is comprehensive for the stage that we are actually at in the planning process.
Okay, thank you. Ms Watson, do you have anything to... No, you don't. Could I perhaps ask Transport Scotland, given what you've heard, is your guidance document, is there anything you would take issue with or like to clarify for me from what you've heard from the parties?
I think first to clarify that whilst the guidance, Transport Assessment Guidance, is a Transport Scotland document, the role of Transport Scotland in development management under the terms of this application is relating to the impact of the development on the trunk road network, and we don't see ourselves as policing the transport assessment process. It's for the respective roads authorities to interpret that. So whilst there may be ranging views in terms of what you would take from the guidance, it would only be the matters that are relevant to Transport Scotland that we would look to comment on.
So no then. Okay. Is there anything in the guidance? I think the airport alluded to it. There was some guidance with regard to dealing with planning permission in principle. Is there anything additional to what I've heard that is relevant because of the either the unique situation of this application or the fact that it's a PPP? Is there anything additional in the guidance that can assist me when I'm dealing with a PPP application? Perhaps I'll let the airport sort of have the first say on this.
No, as far as I'm concerned, the only reference is within 5.15, second bullet point on page 23, sir.
The Council? Anything to add from the Council's perspective on PPP within the guidance?
No, nothing further, sir.
I guess Transport Scotland, there's nothing in particular in the guidance that you would highlight for me with regard to planning permission in principle?
Nothing that emerges at the moment. Maybe something later on, but at the moment, no.
The applicant?
In direct answer to your question, sir, no, there's nothing additional. I would just like to reiterate again, paragraph 5.77 is probably the most relevant paragraph to assess the information before you, sir.
Sir, could I be so bold just to address you on paragraph 5.15 of TAG, which Mr Martin has alluded to, and it is really second sentence of that bullet point, sir, where it says that the transport assessment document should indicate conditions to be imposed on any planning application in principal consent to ensure that subsequent applications maintain those conditions. Now, I think it's pretty reasonable to infer from that, sir, that at the front end of the assessment of even an application for planning permission in principle, that the transport assessment needs to be sufficiently detailed in order to canvass and set out the scope of future development that may come forward, sir. I appreciate what Claire Carr has said about perhaps the incremental ongoing evolution of transport assessments, but this needs to be sufficient to enable conditions to impose at the front end, not at the back end as suggested by the Council in their suggested conditions, where further transport information and further information in relation to car parking will come with subsequent AMC's applications, sir. Thank you.
Does the applicant wish to say anything before? I think.
Sir, in terms of sufficient information in relation to paragraph 5.15 of Transport Assessment Guidance, there certainly isn't a lack of sufficient information. There is an abundance of information to guide the development of the site. For example, we could pick on the parameters plans and the development quantums outlined in the planning application forms in terms of the maximum development envisaged for the site. We have a transport study in terms of where to refresh, which has assessed this development, and it has formulated mitigation measures for the whole of West Edinburgh, which all developments are required to contribute towards in accordance with the governance structure that was agreed with all parties back in 2015 and 2016. There is sufficient information on parking to enable this to be adequately controlled as the development proceeds over the long-term build-out of the development. These are just some examples that have popped to the top of my head at the moment, sir.
Thank you for that. Okay, well, I think...
I do need to come back on a few points.
Okay, I'll allow you briefly to come in.
The Council described the TA as a tick box exercise. I wouldn't like to belittle the requirements for a transport assessment as part of the process. It is a fundamental requirement. And I'll just stress that it has to identify any measures required. And I don't consider that to be just a tick box exercise. 5.77, which I didn't refer to but was obviously going to come up today, of TAG, I'd like to refer to now. It has to be. 5.77 talks about several proposals in close proximity. A more detailed transport assessment of the cumulative impact of the proposals may be appropriate. Well, a more detailed transport assessment is an interesting phrase, so that's even more so than a normal transport assessment. And we don't have a number of proposals in close proximity to the IBG site. I'd also talk about my experience of the use of this paragraph, which is at the very end of what you do with transport assessments. And it's in my experience of doing the job that Mr Gillespie did, for Transport Scotland. I did that job for over 10 years. And we saw a few examples where we attempted to do this. In a classic example would be a development zone for housing, where you might have, say, 3 planning applications for housing from different developers, and you would attempt to do one large detailed transport assessment for the 3 of them to identify how the infrastructure requirements might be broken up between the 3 applicants by legal obligation. And my experience which was a number of years ago, we struggled to do this because of the difficulty in trying to gain agreement between the applicants. So it is specifically in that instance the applicant suggesting that the strategic transport assessment of Weta Refresh is an interpretation of 5.77. We will come to a point where we discuss what is a strategic study and what is a detailed study, a detailed transport assessment. 5.77 specifically refers to detailed. Mr. Bissett talked about public transport infrastructure. There's no discussion with operators being taken place here, which is in TAG. There is no assessment of new or enhanced services, bus services that might be required here, which is a standard requirement in a transport assessment. And this is something that we will have to go into detail at some point, sir. The applicant is suggesting that Weta Refresh provides an analysis of the IBG Phase 1 mitigation. I'll be very clear on this, sir. It does not.
I've got some questions for that later on,
right,
specifically,
okay,
if you want to hold on to that one.
Mr. Bissett talked about high-level tram capacity. Again, no talk about bus services, enhanced bus services, extending bus services into the site. 5.63 calibration. He talked about Weta Refresh being calibrated. Again, and we will come on to it, sir. The comment, I quite agree that Weta Refresh has been very well calibrated. Claire Carr makes that point. But the comment is on the wrong model. They should be talking about the calibration of the WETS model rather than Weta Refresh, which has nothing to do with an assessment of the IBG mitigation. Mr. Bissett talked about new parking standards, and before we get into a discussion on parking later on, I would like the Council to clarify exactly what the level of parking would be for the Class 4 business use before we have a discussion about parking levels now.
Well, I was going to turn to the Council anyway, because with regard to the comments about tick box, I think you were looking to respond to that, and I'll allow you to respond to the matter of the new car parking standards, which I believe have been accepted to be adopted by the Council.
Yes, just to clarify, my reference to a tick box exercise was that a tier was not just a tick box exercise, and the whole thrust is it's about what its purpose is. And just to clarify that in case there's any confusion on that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to pick up on a couple of comments, just as some of them as sort of bookmarkers for where we might go with the discussion later on. I think Mr. McKee said that we're adopting a sort of a back-end approach to further transport information, and I think that's only one aspect of the full package that's coming forward. I think once we get into the discussion into the heads of terms, you'll see that there's significant transport mitigation measures are set out there, and they're up front to the proposals, and they are being brought forward there, and we'll have that discussion in and around the conditions, the parking element, and further transport information is one of these additional elements because of the scale of the development. It is a planning permission in principle, and it is that evolution that Ms Carr identified in terms of the transport assessment. I would also just, in terms of close proximity, I think it's in terms of what the definition is of close proximity in terms of developments that are happening within the West Edinburgh area. It's significantly busy. There is a lot of development activity, and take you to core document of now.
Right. Well, I think we're starting, I think, to get into some of the nitty-gritty that I would definitely want to get into later on in the agenda. So, unless I think, can I maybe give you the last word on this item before I go on to item 3?
Thank you, sir. I just want to pick up on some of the points that Mr. Martin's just made and to correct some inaccuracies there. Mr. Martin talks about detailed versus strategic transport assessments. That's the first time in 25 years I've actually heard that phrase, so I'm not actually sure what he's referring to there. In terms of proposals in close proximity, I was going to mention core document 5 that the council just mentioned. I think it's quite clear that there are numerous proposals in close proximity that define the West End of our study area. In relation to paragraph 5.77, I think Mr. Martin's actually referring to paragraph 5.78, which talks about numerous housing developments in close proximity. I would like to highlight and just pick up a point. This transport assessment guidance was produced in 2012. I'm not quite sure when Mr. Martin undertook the development management role for Transport Scotland, but there may be a timing issue there. I don't know. In terms of new bus services, again, this is a speculative long-term development. It would be inappropriate to try and determine at this point in time what bus services might run to service the site when we have no occupiers of the site and we don't know where the buses will be required. Quite frankly, it is ridiculous to suggest that we do this at this point in time without a planning consent in place. And in terms of wetter refresh, we talked about the mitigation. The mitigation is for the whole of the West Edinburgh defined study area, and there is a contribution mechanism in place to determine what the impact is of each development within that study area, and the applicant has agreed to implement measures to the value of that impact in accordance with the wetter refresh study and the supplementary guidance that dictates the contribution protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously we discussed the status and what I should consider with regard to that supplementary guidance yesterday, and the fact that ministers have advised that it shouldn't be adopted. So we've got all that yesterday. I'm going to move on from the guidance. You may choose to...
Sorry to interrupt, sir. There was a question there's a question put forward to the council, I think, by Mr. Martin, through you, sir, as appropriate, about the actual car parking numbers. And numerically speaking, we haven't really had clarity on that. And that was a point which also Mr. Bissett put forward, that he had looked at the new document, core document 42, I think, and he was making a reference to a number, or he's about to. And I just don't want to drift away from that, sir, because it's important for our thinking going forward into other aspects of the hearing.
If it's possible to deal with that just now before we get on to, and we're going to talk about parking later, but I'll accept. Was it as explained by the applicant?
That one works. Apologies. I think we'll need to use the data, use the guidance, and crunch the numbers to give you an accurate statement of that, sir. I think we could probably do that over the break if there was 10-15 minutes then to just have calculate that for you and make a statement on that. It's just not something we can immediately do and answer for him right this second.
Well, just for your notes, I think the figures that were given as the current guidance is 1 to 63 square metres, and the new guidance is 1 to 385 square metres. That's, I think, what was indicated. So if you can clarify that for us, we may well be breaking before we get on to discussing these matters.
The figure of 1937 is mentioned in a few documents, so if it is now less than 1937, it would be good to have that figure before we have a further discussion.
Sorry, sir. It was just I wanted clarification that it was a number crunch of the actual figure rather than the ratio per floor area that we're looking at. We'll just need to go away and look at the transport consultation response and re-crunch the numbers to get the updated parking number that would now apply.
Is that what you're looking for? The global figure for the quantum of...
The number of car parking spaces they would be associated with the level of Class 4 business use within the application.
Sir, if I may request also a copy be furnished to Transport Scotland. We never saw that document yesterday. It would be useful because these questions will come up.
Yeah, I mean, it was agreed late yesterday that it would be submitted something to the case officer. Is there a possibility of paper copies today?
It's been asked for, so sorry. So if the officer arrives with it, then yes.
Okay, I'm pretty confident that we'll be breaking before we go on to discuss parking in detail. So if we could have that for after the break, okay?
The figure does come in before parking as well, sir.
Sir, if I may assist, when I reviewed this document last night, I'm more than happy for somebody else to cross-check this, but just on an overall round number of 122,000 square metres of Class 4 business use, my calculation comes out at 317 spaces, as opposed to the previous figure of, I think it was 1937 or 1936. I'm not quite clear to the exact number which it is, but I believe it approximates to about 317. But I'm more than happy for the Council to clarify that later on today.
So we'll have the applicant's view on what the new guidance says, and perhaps after the break, if the Council could clarify that, if they agree with that or not. Okay. Okay, so we will move on to item 3, which I think the applicant has highlighted in summary, but I just want to be sure in terms of the relationships and chronology with regard to the studies, and I'll be reporting this back to Ministers, so Ministers are clear in terms of the timeline from the documents and our discussion yesterday. WETA 2010 was carried out in accordance, I think, with the STAG guidance, Scottish Transport Appraisal guidance, and that fed into the current adopted local development plan. We clarified that yesterday. The TISWEP 2011 study had a specific remit, as I understand, to look at reduction in development levels and costs, so it had a different sort of remit. The WETS study was undertaken on behalf of the applicants, and the scope was broadened and agreed with partners, as you've indicated. I think that scoping was complete in November 2014. The study was always intended, as I understand, to support the application, and reported in September 15, and it forms part of the information that was submitted with the application. The refresh document, the WETA refresh document, core document 14, that followed on from the WETS report, as you've indicated. It was led by steering groups and had a governance structure that is explained in the document. Its role, as I understand it, was to examine the assumptions of WETS and WETA 2010, and it included revised figures, I think, with regard to the airport growth. The findings reported back in October 2016 and have found their way into the supplementary guidance as you described, which we discussed yesterday. The transport position paper was submitted by the applicants as part of the supporting information for the planning application. That was in September 17. A transport addendum to the EIA was submitted by the applicant supporting the application in February 2018. That was drawing together information from various studies and pulling it together in the form of an addendum and part of the planning application. And there was an IBG Phase 1 technical note, transport technical note, was then submitted by the applicant in September 2018. Now that's my understanding. I've not gone into the detail of the purpose and findings, but I will likely set out some sort of chronology in my report, and the wetter refresh has, I think, in section 1 has got a useful a history in terms of some of the studies previously. So if you're all happy that I refer to that, is what I've said a fair chain of events? Is there anything there that isn't quite accurate? I think the Council would like to contribute.
That's working. Good morning, sir. I don't think there's anything inaccurate there. I think you might find it helpful if I indulge and just go back in time. Mr Bissett referred to decades. I can go back 2 decades. I think the context leading up to why WETA was undertaken is quite important. The starting point for this was really the call-in by Scottish ministers to master plan West Edinburgh and for them to lead in that process. And that was to understand the growth of the airport and the expansion of the airport, and also to examine options for local plan amendment for potential development. Now, that process probably started around about 2000, and as well as that spatial master planning, the government embarked on a parallel piece of work, which was to undertake a cumulative transport assessment to develop a package of transport infrastructure to support the outputs from that spatial planning process. Now, that process ran over a period of about 6 or 7 years. It established the broad governance around what was to continue into the future, and by that I mean the relationship between the Council. Transport Scotland didn't exist then. It was their equivalent within government. There was Scottish Government planning. There was the airport, the showground, IBG, very much the same players as we see today. Now, that whole process got to a very advanced stage and was at the point of being published, and there was a transport package in existence that had been developed really using the methodology that went forward in time. But the incoming government in 2007 took a decision to cancel the Edinburgh Airport rail link, and as a direct consequence of that decision, that package was no longer appropriate to support the proposed spatial plan. The government were keen to publish the West Edinburgh planning framework and did so in 2008.
Don't want to interrupt in the middle of your flow, but do you think it's all relevant to my consideration of this application if it's historic? I read some of the historic details of it, and it may be of interest, but you have to make sure it's relevant to what I consider in terms of reporting to ministers. So far, I'm not convinced, but if there's anything that you think is absolutely relevant for me to consider, then that's fine. But there's no need to go over all the history of it, because it is in some of the documentation I have. So if you have anything additional, then you just focus on things perhaps that I need to consider in my report to ministers.
I'm really just coming to the end, and I'd really like just to make 2 key points, because I do actually believe they're extremely important for your consideration. So when the West Edinburgh Planning Framework was published, it was published without the supporting transport infrastructure package. And what ministers did was they directed the City Edinburgh Council to undertake a stag appraisal to develop a package of infrastructure package going forward. And in so doing, I think the point I'm making to you, that the methodology that has been used over that time period is the same methodology, a consistent methodology, and it was a methodology that was established by Scottish Government at the start of the process of developing the Edinburgh West Planning Framework, and I do think these are important points.
Okay, thank you for that. And we established yesterday that the and at the pre-examination meeting, the West Edinburgh planning framework is withdrawn. So it won't play any part in my consideration. Okay. I would just want to be clear on what's been submitted as part of the application. The EIA report, the WETS study, transportation position paper, transport addendum and transport technical note. That's my understanding of what's been submitted as supporting information that has got reference to transport. Is that correct in terms of the information that has been submitted with the application?
Yes, so that's correct.
The wetter refresh itself has not been submitted as part of the application, but it's obviously been used by the local authority and indeed the applicant in pulling together its technical note. But the wetter refresh is not part of the application. Can I be clear about that?
That's correct. It's not part of the application, is my understanding, sir.
Everyone agreed on that straightforward point. I've seen a variety of explanations and summaries why the wetter refresh study was commissioned, and within the study itself there's a clear explanation. But is there anything additional to what's in the wetter refresh study, the preamble to it, in terms of the reasoning for the study that is important? I've seen a number of explanations in the hearing statements, and I just want to be clear on the party's understanding on the reasons for that refresh. So perhaps I could start with the council.
WETA was approved in 2010, and that formed the supplementary guidance in terms of transport at that time. As you're aware, you've mentioned TISWEP. That was a study that sought to examine an opportunity to form a package with a lower level of development. No other work was done around WETA from 2010 until 2016. There was the drivers for change since the time when WETA was originally done had changed. The airport had new owners. Growth forecasts at the airport were different. The original WETA, as well as looking at how the airport could expand in terms of passengers, was also looking at how the airport would expand spatially, and was also considering a new home for the Highland Showground. These are just two examples. So there was a number of changes had taken place since 2010. Obviously there was a live application with IBG 1, and a study had been undertaken to support that. There was discussion around assumptions in that particular study, and the decision was taken that the council should lead a piece of work, a cumulative transport assessment, to refresh the 2010 position to take account of the changes that had effectively taken in between.
Thanks for that. Airport, do you have anything to add to that in terms of your understanding, notwithstanding what's in the WETA refresh itself?
No. I would agree with that. I did note that Mr Kennedy said a study had been undertaken to support IBG Phase 1, and that is WETS, as far as I'm concerned. So, the WETA refresh document was undertaken to assist, well, to refresh WETA, but also to, because of City Deal, and to help inform planning decisions, help inform planning decisions, is a paragraph in the summary and conclusions on page 97, paragraph 2.
Thank you. Transport Scotland, anything to add in terms of your understanding?
What's been said essentially covers my understanding of the chronology of this. One aspect, though, I think it's worth highlighting, and we'll probably come on to it in section 6, I think, when we talk about the parameters. We've identified the documents that are lodged in support of the planning application, WETS being one of those, and subsequent addendums, and how WETA, the reasons for WETA being taken forward, I think primarily, as Mr Martin said, airport growth projections and funding packages. There isn't a question, I think, that there was any inadequacy of the fundamental parameters set out in WETS as to the travel characteristics of the site. Mr Bissett talked about how WETS had looked at some level of tram capacity, etc. So I think it's important to try and tease out which aspects of WETS remain relevant and which aspects of WETA are relevant in terms of the overall package of transport information that's available to consider this application.
Thank you for that. Ms Watson, if you know, and the applicant, anything to add with regard to the background to the refresh? I'll allow you to have that, and then that will allow the applicant to come back on any point that you make and have the final comment.
And I refer to this in my hearing statement, paragraph 2.97. And it says that the applicants originally submitted the West Edinburgh Transport Study, WETS, in support of their application in December 2015. The Roads Authority expressed concerns that this study did not adequately consider traffic impacts arising from airport growth, with a significant disparity in costs associated with transport mitigation. In view of this, the Roads Authority recommended that the application be continued in order to further examine the assumptions of WETS study and the original WETA study prepared in 2010. So it was to look at the original WETA study, but there is a specific requirement to further examine the assumptions in the WETS study.
Before the applicant says anything, has the council got anything to say with regard to that? I think your subcommittee report was mentioned there. Paragraph 5.1.
Sorry, could we just get confirmation of the page number for that? We're just 5 point is just of the subcommittee report.
Do you have a page number on the subcommittee report?
It's 24 page.
24. I think it does highlight that Edinburgh Council don't have paragraph numbers in their reports, but I'll just leave that point with you.
No comment on that matter. Yeah, no, I think it just, I think that just sets out the phases that had happened within the transport work and our response to WETS and the relationship with WETA in terms of our application assessment in the report.
So what's in that your committee report is accurate as far as you're concerned. That's fine. Okay. happy with that. Back to the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points going back. I think we fully concur with the Council's description of the timeline of the various studies, and indeed your going back to the original question, the various studies that have been undertaken since WETA 2010 up to the present date. That's not in dispute at all. In terms of the WETA refresh, I think if we touch on it first, because it's probably just been mentioned, on page 24 of core document 22A, which is the DM subcommittee report, that I think the airport just referred to, and indeed the council's referred to as well. It says the Roads Authority expressed concerns that this study did not adequately consider traffic impacts arising from airport growth. We're not disputing that fact. As I said earlier on, the WET study, which commenced probably in 2014, looked at the airport growth that was supplied indeed by the airport at that time. However, matters moved on, and indeed the next paragraph on says, in response to this issue, the Council commissioned a refresh to the original WETA study, this being prepared by Jacobs during 2016. So the assumptions in the WET study that were of concern to the Council were in fact related to airport growth, in my mind, in accordance with this paragraph here on page 24 of the CD22A. In terms of the documents submitted with the planning application, the applicant wouldn't have submitted the WETA refresh as that's a council document. It is a material consideration in this case. It is the definitive transport study for West Edinburgh, which defines the, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it defines the mitigation measures that are required for all development in West Edinburgh. What I'd also just like to say on this point in terms of WETA refresh and the requirements for transport assessments, which I'm sure we will come into in further detail. There was a key meeting with the principals involved in the governance of the WETA refresh study before it was commissioned. And this is our document APP 311, which is the principals meeting of the 12th of April 2016. And it's quite clear in there, I don't want to repeat it just now, but it's quite clear in there that at high levels of the council at that time, it was clarified amongst all the stakeholders, including the airport that were present, that the WETA refresh study would provide the detail for PPP applications. It does say that further information may be required at a future date, but this was the position tendered to the applicants at the time of commissioning the WETA refresh study. Just thought it important to bring that point up now rather than forget it later.
Sir, could I respond to that point?
Certainly noted it in reading it in advance. I was aware of that, but in airport.
Thank you, sir. This meeting obviously predated the WETA refresh, okay? And there were representatives at a high level from the airport, Gordon Dewar being one of them, I believe, sir, who's the chief executive. It's a high-level meeting. I don't think it was reasonable to expect that the participants of that meeting, particularly from the airport, were signing off on the IBG application or any application in West Edinburgh without a separate transport assessment. Now, the reason I don't think Mr. Bissett's arguments are convincing is because subsequent to that meeting, the WETA refresh was then produced, and it specifically states at paragraph 10.5 and 11.3.1 that detailed separate transport assessments will be required. So if it was the case that it was signed off at that meeting, one would not expect to have found that in these significant paragraphs of the WETA refresh. But further, sir, and just back to where we were yesterday, without labouring the point too much, The Council, up until its letter of the 5th of July 2018, were writing to the applicant, cross-referencing the passages of Weta Refresh, which I've just mentioned.
And I think we're going to go into
We
item
will do,
4.
sir, but it's just important to have that in context, because I can see where Mr. Bissett is seeking to take you on that, sir. We have never signed off on Weta as a transport assessment sufficient to justify this application.
Can I just add one point about the April 2016 meeting, sir, that Mr. Bissett is referring to? This was a start-up meeting where Jacobs, who were undertaking the refresh, were introduced, and that an officer of the council said that in terms of future applications, further future applications may require more detailed information. Well, of course, that comment in April 2016 was superseded by the actual Weta Refresh document, which was approved by council and council officials, which says transport assessments will be required, not transport information may be, which was said at the start-up meeting in 2016, but the actual document, the definitive document, says that transport assessments will be required over and above the content of the Weta Refresh document.
Okay, I mean, I've got the point that it was a meeting and in advance of the Weta Refresh. I think the applicant was just simply pointing out what is minuted, and it's there, it's minuted, and I'll read it, and I've read it before, and take it as it's read. I don't think I need any more information on that, really. It's approaching 11 o'clock, and I think it would be a useful time just now to break. I think we'll allow, I think I said 10 minutes, but I think we'll allow 15 minutes because I think the council are going to do some arithmetic in the break, and hopefully we'll arrive at the same figure. The applicant very keen to say something, so I'll allow you.
Thank you, sir. Just one very brief point on just what was mentioned there. It's the council that's planning authority, not the airport. It's the council's decision whether transport assessments are required or not the airport.
Okay. On that point, I think we'll break, and we'll be back here at 15:15. Okay. Thank you. I think everyone has everyone returned that needs to return? Yes? Now that's the case. Okay. Just before we go into item 4, could we make sure that everyone that's speaking speaks directly to the mic and essentially have your mouth quite close to the red bit, because it's important that we pick up. You may hear in the room, but it's important that we pick that up for the webcast. So although you might think you're audible here, you might not be audible elsewhere. So just make that point. Okay, item 4 is the evolution of the council's view on a need for transport assessment with regard to this application. I would like to be able to explain in my report to ministers how the council's view has evolved. I have some material on that which I've read, including the hearing statements. And I think the airport had indicated earlier on that in July 2018 you'd taken a view, and by October of that year that view appears to have shifted to not requiring further transport assessment work to be carried out. So did your position change, or was it that there was further information provided? If you can just go through the background to that evolution of your views on whether or not a transport assessment, and then after you've given me your thoughts, I'll go round the room, and after this matter, I'll probably ask the council whether they've done the arithmetic on the parking after this item. Okay, the council.
Okay, so when I was the case officer for the application, I'd always taken the view that there had to be a suitable level of transport information to support an application of this nature. I think I know which piece of correspondence the airport are referring to. As far as I was concerned, any application of this nature had to address the requirements of relevant policies, and in this case it's LDP policy TRAT 8 and TRAT 1. So, as with most applications, we would take advice from our transport colleagues on issues such as this. I think, as case officer, I wanted to be satisfied that we were meeting the requirements of those policies and that a suitable level of transport information was being prepared. I think continuing discussions, we did become satisfied that we were getting the level of information we required to make a determination and take the application forward for decision. I don't know whether my colleague wants to add to that further.
I think just to clarify that the view was that the wetter refresh was sufficient at that stage for the PPP, and that we're absolutely clear that further transport information will be required for any future AMC applications. That's likely to be in the form of transport assessment, but we would need to see what the actual application is. But that's certainly where we would be going, and that's what's been set out in the report of handling, set out as clearly, I think in 8C of the informatives, where we clearly require further transport information.
So you've indicated there wasn't necessarily a change of view, and there's a view expressed by the case officer, but after a consultation with colleagues, you reached the view that the refresh study provided sufficient information. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
So it wasn't a particular change of view, it was just that the case officer had expressed that view in relation to policy without necessarily having all the consultation and advice to hand. Is that a fair summary, or am I picking up wrong?
Yes, sir, that is a fair reflection.
Can I ask the airport if they'd like to comment?
Well, it might just be me, sir, but I don't understand the logic of what I just heard. Can I refer to 10.5 of the wetter refresh? On page 88. Refresh study models and promotes the strategic transport infrastructure. And then it talks about, in the fourth line, further, second sentence, as part of the planning process for individual developments. Let's remember that wetter refresh was looking at multiple sites. As part of the planning process for individual developments within the area, separate transport assessments will be required for site-specific issues. Further detailed traffic and transportation analysis should be undertaken within these analyses. And then I go to the Council letter of the 5th of July 2018. And their point 1, that's our Edinburgh Airport Limited 7. So.
Sorry, could you repeat that reference again? Sorry.
Edinburgh Airport Limited document 7.
7, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, if I could just maybe pick up on that. If you have EAL 7 before you, sir, and go to the third page of that document, there is a reference to key issues which are identified at this stage. And the first of these key issues is a reference, and I quote, "The transport addendum does not satisfactorily address the requirements of the wetter refresh, nor has it articulated the various transport interventions as they relate to the LDP programme."
Then it
The Where to Refresh section 10.5 states that as part of the planning process for individual developments within the area, separate transport assessments will, not may, will be required for site-specific issues. Insufficient information has been provided in relation to local transport impacts and interventions as they relate to the site, nor has the addendum fully considered which element of the site infrastructure might be prioritised in relation to delivery. So this is the letter we've been talking about on the 5th July, which is clearly the Council's view at that stage. If you move through that document EL7, sir, because attached to my copy is an exchange of emails between Elaine Campbell and Peter Karras, who was the then applicant's agent. He may still be. And in the email of the 2nd of October 2018, it's actually setting up what's that meeting's going to be about. And then we have an email from Peter Karras where we say a paper, a technical transportation paper has been prepared and be posted to you. So it's somewhere between the meeting and these exchange of correspondence that the Council, in my view, changed its mind about the requirement for a separate detailed transport assessment. And so we're baffled by it, but I think it's a question put to the Council. I presume that advice came from their technical transport engineer, and we need to know exactly why that view has changed, sir.
In those last...
Sorry, could you put on your microphone?
In those last 3 lines, insufficient information has been provided in relation to local transport impacts. So the only document that was produced by the applicant after July 2018, remember that it says the transport addendum does not satisfactorily address the requirements. The only document that was produced after that is the transport technical note of October 2018, which is essentially a delivery strategy. I think all parties will agree with me if I say that no further analysis was provided. I'm still at a loss to understand how the Council can go from a position that they have indicated in their letter of July 2017 saying the transport addendum is insufficient. There is a specific requirement in the Where to Refresh 10.5 for a detailed transport assessment. They say that insufficient information has been provided. No further technical analysis has been provided, but then the Council say it's okay.
Can I give the Council the opportunity to respond to those comments?
I think in the report of handling, our response, our memo in response to the planning consultation sets out in a note there, note A, on page 112 of the report of handling. And it refers to much discussion that's taken place in regard to the application of the West Edinburgh Transport Contribution Zones. And it refers to various discussions. So it's part of an evolving position on that. And I think, again, I would come back to what the purpose of any transport study is and what its actual thrust is. As I referred to earlier, it's about the sustainable transport. It's about providing mitigation, various measures aimed at the likes of public transport, cycling, walking, and pushing down on car use. So I think it's really, in summary, it's part of an evolving position on that. But certainly, at the stage that it went to committee, which I stated at committee, we were content with what had been provided at that stage.
So, just to
I think it just in terms of the evolution of this, and as the manager of the team that was sort of taking forward the application, and as we were determining it, we've made reference to paragraph 10.5 within the Where to Refresh. And there it does say further detailed traffic and transport analysis should be undertaken and associated measures to meet these objectives in the refresh study be important for developments to taking place. The infrastructure measures already described are put in place, and I think that was the point that we felt we didn't have sufficient information in front of us when we were determining the application in terms of speaking to the applicant and saying, right, the infrastructure measures that are being identified, how are we delivering them and how are you going to implement those as part of the site going forward? And that was where we had quite a shift, I would say, from the applicants in terms of the approach to that infrastructure delivery, in that we moved away from a model of contributions towards the zone, as the zonal sort of discussion is within the supplementary guidance. And we had that shift to say these are the specific measures as they relate to the application site and their proximity to the application site, and specifically the sustainable transport measures, the public transport measures. And it was taking these factors into account when we took that decision that we didn't removed, as the airport have said, in terms of our assessment and our judgment in terms of where we were going to support the application and the transport information that was in front of us as well. And I think that's in EAL 7, it says that, you know, key issues identified at this stage. We've quoted from the Where to Refresh study 10.5 within that bullet point 1. What we do go on to say is insufficient information in relation to local transport impacts and the interventions as they relate to the site. And that was, for me, was quite a key bit, as I said, was the interventions, what is going to be delivered, and then we must fully consider which elements of site infrastructure might be prioritised in relation to the delivery. So it was the move away to that delivery of the infrastructure that was a key point.
So that shift, if you like, was, as you described it, was assisted by the technical note that was provided by the applicant. That was part of that shift. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. Okay. Yes, that's fair.
And I have noted in the correspondence EAL 7 that it was quite clear that there was further review and consultation required with transportation colleagues. I think that's reasonably clear from the letter. One additional point?
So, yeah, I think in terms of sort of that statement, and much emphasis has been placed on when the transport information should come in. And we've had a lot of discussion about how much you have at planning permission in principle. And we have, through the conditions, said that we will have further transport information come in support of the applications as they evolve in time. And I think within 10.5 it doesn't actually pinpoint within that longer planning process when that information would come in. And I think Ms Carr mentioned that transport assessments evolve, they change, and they respond to the characteristics. And particularly with a scheme of this scale and magnitude, and we'll get on to the timing of the submissions of the AMCs in some of the paperwork, it's potentially 10 years' time before some of these AMCs will actually be coming in and being submitted. And in my mind, transport matters will have evolved sufficiently within that time, and we may be looking for additional information to respond to the characteristics as the site is.
Thank you for that. Perhaps if I could just get you to conclude on the Council's current position, because really that's the important matter. There's been an evolution, obviously, and a discussion between officers and advisors. But as I understand it, you've reached the view that the Where to Refresh study meets the requirement for the information that you need, and the technical note provided by the applicant provided that certainty on the mitigation measures. Is that a fair, quick summary of where your position is at the moment?
Yes, that is a fair summary, and I think it should be looked at in terms of the conditions and the heads of terms going forward as well, and that it's not just resting on the information that is today. We'll hear later about the parking numbers already changing in terms of our interpretation and our expectations coming forward on the site. So it is about that evolution.
Does the airport have anything additional to say before I I ask Transport Scotland or the applicant.
Well, obviously it's a change of position, but I would refer you back to tag 5.15. So the transport assessment document should indicate the conditions to be imposed on any PPIP consent to ensure that any subsequent applications maintain the conditions of the original application. Without a transport assessment which assesses the mitigation proposed, how can you impose conditions?
I think you made that point earlier. Anything from Transport Scotland on the discussion that we've heard in terms of that evolving picture that's been described by the Council finally coming to their conclusion?
So could I just do a very quick supplementary point to what Mr. Martin has said? I mean, the Council's position here is saying that transport assessments, conditions on parking can be dealt with at the AMC stage and do not require to be specified at this stage. Quite clearly the Council are, and I do agree with them to some extent, want to introduce a rigour to this process. But in the draft conditions that have been circulated and the ones which are on the report of handling, we see no reference to car parking numbers, nor do we see any reference to the possibility of future transport assessments. There is a reference to further transport information, but I don't understand that to be a transport assessment. So if they are convinced that this can be done in a backloaded way, which I dispute, we don't see that in the conditions which they've offered the hearing to date.
Thank you for that. And we will be discussing those matters in some detail tomorrow. Transport Scotland.
Thank you. In terms of the evolution of the Council position, just highlight, I think we've stated in our statement that Transport Scotland's consultation involvement on this ended round about the time of the conclusion of the Weta refresh study, and we haven't been directly involved in the discussions to date in terms of the supplementary transport assessment information that has been, so unable to comment directly on what may or may not have been available to formulate that view. In terms of the consideration of the strategic impacts and the vehicular impact on the trunk road network, I think Transport Scotland's view remains that the Weta refresh study was an adequate basis for considering our interests in this development, in this application. But that has to go with the caveat that the delivery of this development would be consistent with the transport assumptions that were made within those studies, and that it follows through as a package, that things aren't dislocated from what was assessed to what is delivered.
Thank you for that. The applicant, is there anything you wish to add?
Thank you, sir. I suppose quickly dealing with Transport Scotland's viewpoint first, we concur with their position. I don't think we're in dispute on that point. In relation to the Council's letter of the 5th of July 2018, I have it referenced as APP 316. I'm assuming other people have lodged this as well. Just quickly want to cover the key issues identified on page 2 of this document. That's the 5th of July letter 2018 from the Council. It says after point 3, please note that the transport addendum, that's in reference to the transport assessment addendum that WSP submitted, is still subject to review and other matters may also require to be addressed. I would like to highlight that the transport assessment addendum was prepared to a scope agreed with the Council prior to submission of the transport assessment addendum. I would also like to, in terms of the timeline, it's quite detailed in my hearing statement from paragraph 2.2 onwards as to the chronology of events that occurred leading up to the requirement that the Council were satisfied that they had sufficient information to determine the application. In terms of the package of measures that are contained within Wetter Refresh. That is the end state for all development in West Edinburgh. So we do know what the end state is for all development. And as I've said previously, the Council's position in their supplementary guidance and in their local development plan is to require contributions towards this West Edinburgh zone to deliver these transport infrastructure measures. Now, the position has changed in the fact that the client, the applicant, has offered to implement the relevant transport mitigation measures adjacent to the site in connection with sustainable transport and access, etc.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms Watson, anything from you? No. Yes.
Right. Sorry, just this might not be the right place to say what I'm going to say, but I think it picks up on some of the points that are being made by the Council and also some of the points about what this further transport information might be. But I think it's entirely usual for information to be provided at the PPP stage of sufficient detail, and for that information to evolve and to develop over time, because you can actually have, as Ms Campbell pointed out, that there can be quite a large period of time between the granting of planning permission in principle and the AMC planning applications being submitted. So I think it's entirely usual for that information to evolve over time. And I was just going to quote one example where there was a very large time period between the grant of planning permission. It's a development that I'm involved in currently in the city centre, Edinburgh St James, where we actually went from planning permission in principle, certain interventions that had been assessed within the transport assessment at that time, and then further AMC planning applications coming in where those interventions were developed together with further transport information and analysis. And I think it's entirely appropriate for the Council to decide what information they need at what stage to be able to demonstrate the adequacy of the mitigation being proposed.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know the details of that case, but does that seem to be a reasonable summary as far as the Council is concerned? Although I don't have any documents and I don't plan to ask for any documents, but just your evidence in terms of whether that was an example.
Yeah. Yes, that would be an agreed example. Yes.
Sir, may I just make one further point in relation to TRA1 and TRA8?
Yes.
Just bringing it back to several references that have been made to backloading the process, if you like, in terms of the provision of whether it be mitigation measures through conditions or otherwise. And just to confirm that, whilst we'll deal with it no doubt tomorrow on the matter of conditions and the heads of terms, you have before you in the form of development guidance and plans that have been put forward for approval. And if I may just draw attention to a few examples of those. APP 119, Estates Infrastructure, APP...
I'm probably going to be asking questions on every diagram tomorrow, actually. Okay. So you'll have the opportunity.
A combination of those plans, the guidance, and the heads of terms in our submission address the requirements of TRA1 and TRA8 as it relates to this application for planning permission in principle.
I've probably heard enough on the evolution of the Council's view, and I understand quite clearly what the Council's view is at the moment. And it probably takes us neatly into the next item, which is item 5, which is, again, this is a matter that I will need to be clear on when reporting to ministers. Although I take the point that Mr. Collar mentioned yesterday, it may be more about the substance of the information rather than what it's called. I've taken a note of that, but I need to be quite clear on each of the main parties' position as to whether or not a transport assessment has been submitted with this application. The airport, I'm very clear on your view on that, so I'm not sure I need to hear that again. I'm pretty clear on that from what you've said today, yesterday, and in your hearing statements. I just want to be clear from the Council's perspective. I know your position, but what's your position on whether or not a transport assessment has been submitted with the application? Is there anything you could add to what we've already just discussed?
I don't think there is a document which has the words transport assessment on the front of it. But as I think, just to repeat myself, it's what's the purpose of that document. And I think perhaps paragraph 2.7 of the transport assessment guidance, which I'll just read, it's very, very brief. No two developments are likely to be exactly the same. What is appropriate for one development will not necessarily be satisfactory for another. This in turn creates potential for variation in the detail of the procedure and the final output. I think what our position would be, so the documents that have been, the various studies that have been gone through over the last few years are what is required for the PPP at this stage. But in terms of the specific question, there is no specific document called a transport assessment at this stage.
So your position is no, but you have enough information for this application to make your
yes.
view. Okay.
Just for the avoidance of any doubt, sir, to respond to that, the airport's position is that the paper chase, such as it would be amongst the various documents that were before the Council, does not amount to a compliant standalone transport assessment as required by development plan policy and national guidance.
And I think I just said I was pretty clear on your view on that. So I'll go to the applicant now.
I don't think we have anything to add over what the Council has said. There is an abundance of information available on transportation matters to determine the PPP application, as we have already stated. Thank you.
Transport Scotland, perhaps, do you have a view as to whether or not what you've seen would amount to what you normally see as a transport assessment supporting a planning permission in principle, in your experience?
I think in terms of our interests, as I described to the last point, there was sufficient information available for us to consider that the issues relevant to Transport Scotland and the trunk road network. As to whether there is a transport assessment or not, and we would defer to the Council in terms of that position.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I do need to come in here, sir, because...
as long as you're not going to express your view that's been articulated by your colleague.
There's a position being taken by both the Council and the applicant that the Weta refresh document is the be-all and end-all. I need to take you through a few documents, and I need to demonstrate to you that the assessment of the IBG mitigation is not in Weta Refresh, it is in the WETS document. And if we are to consider whether or not the mitigation has been assessed correctly, we need to go to the WETS document. So this is a very fundamental aspect of this hearing, that it is WETS that dictates, which defines and assesses the mitigation, not Weta Refresh, and I need to take you through the various paragraphs to demonstrate that to you, sir.
If I can ask you to do that on the next item, as we go through the next item, as I ask my questions, and probably ensure by the end of item 6 that I've covered all the points that you want to cover. Item 6 will take probably the longest part of our hearing. So hopefully by the time I've finish my questions on item 6, you'll have had the opportunity to provide me with your view. But it was simply just to cover the point on the submission of a transport assessment, and I think I've got I've got everyone's views. We covered yesterday, and we're quite clear yesterday that a specific travel plan hadn't been submitted, so I'm not going to ask that. And I got the applicant's view on that in terms of accepting a condition on a travel plan, although it's not included. So I'm quite keen to move on to item 6 now, to discuss the basis of the studies. I'm going to ask a few questions, but if you do want to take me further into the documents, then please do so. But I just want to go through a few questions with regard to the basis of the studies. I'm going to start with mode shares and your views on how that underpins studies of this nature. We've heard, I think, yesterday and today again, that the Wetter refresh aim to achieve a 50% mode share target for public transport, cycling and walking in West Edinburgh. But my question is the IBG element of that study, the Wetter refresh, was the mode share target for the IBG phase 1 50%, or was it anything different? Can the study show me what the mode share target, if you like, was for the IBG development? And I'm going to start off with the council, if that's okay.
Sir, could I just hesitate to interrupt, sir, but I think we're going to hear from the council about the car parking standards to be applied under their new guidance, because that feeds into this, because obviously that relates to mode share, or the revisited mode share target.
Do we have a recalculation of the parking standards from the council?
Sorry, I can certainly clarify much of this anyway. It's probably most helpful to turn to the council's own hearing statement on page 28, and there's a table there that had set out under the previous guidance the numbers of spaces. So if I can take you there, and then we can update the relevant aspects of that. Okay.
So,
sorry,
do we have a figure for Class 4 business use?
I'm just about to go to that. I was just allowing time to allow people to come to that table so they can actually update the figures on it comparatively. So I'm just going. I'll go through the table, and I will be coming to Class 4. So Class 1 retail under 500 metres. The levels. So it had been 1 space per 35 metres squared, and it's now 1 space per 500 metres squared. So that changes the maximum number of spaces to 11 instead of 155. Then on, Class 3, food and drink. That's changed to 1 space per 20 metres squared. So that changes that maximum number of spaces in that instance down to 272. Class 4 business is changed to 1 space per 385 metres squared. So that's a maximum number of spaces of 317. Class 6 was unchanged, and it was unknown data anyway. Class 7 hotels is 1 space per 5 rooms. So that alters that to 230 maximum spaces. 30. I think, sorry, so 9's unchanged, 10 was a varies one, was unchanged. 11, I think, is a cumulative total, sir, and I've not been able to calculate that yet to work out if that is altered in terms of the various factors within it. But certainly the rest of those should be correct in terms of the current guidance. And just to be clear, that is an indicative maximum parking provision, and certainly the guidance emphasises that.
So in terms of the quantum of the development, the total figure,
yeah, sorry, I've actually totaled that up.
airport. Did you manage to note all that down from the airport? If you could pop on your microphones.
I do apologise, sir. Class 1 moves from 155 to 11. Class 3 food and drink moves from 389 to 272. Class 4 business moves from 1939 to 317. And then hotels, does that stay at 7575, does it? Or will you...
230.
That's the 230. And then the class 9 is at 396 just now. Does that alter?
No, that hadn't altered.
So that stays the same, and the rest are the one's still unknown, and the 91 is slightly unknown as well. Yeah, yeah, I've got that now, sir. Thank you.
I think you'd asked, sir, in terms of that total, it would be a maximum indicative total of 1,317. Sorry, what were you got, sir? Sorry.
Could I just add to that as I think we've alluded to before, it's not a target and it's not necessarily what will actually emerge. Any figure, as under the previous standards and the current standards, there needs to be a justification. It's not just that's what's being provided. There needs to be a narrative behind that and a justification. And as I say, the whole trajectory is pushing down on that provision.
I mean, I would probably say at this point that subject to the discussion, of course, that we have, that it may be appropriate that I issue a procedure notice on this subject to the discussions, because it is an important matter. And I apologise to the airport. I did indicate that I would get these calculations before this item on the agenda, so apologies for that. So happy to move with those figures into the basis of the studies and mode share. I think I'd asked the question from the wetter refresh, can the mode share for the IBG element be drawn out, and if so, if you can refer me to that, and we'll possibly go to the council first on that one.
Refer to, just for ease, page 32 of our submission refers to the mode share targets, form part of the revised wetter refresh study objective set out in table 3.1 of the wetter refresh. It sets a clear objective of 50% mode share by public transport, walking, cycling. That's across the entire development. So the elements of, as they come forward, will need to meet at least that provision, and we're looking for higher than that. And certainly I don't necessarily want to refer to the emerging mobility plan, but I think it is important that continues that downward pressure on traffic, and particularly in terms of the climate emergency.
Okay. In terms of what underpins the study, though, in terms of mode share, as I understand, the WETS study, I think, had higher mode share for the IBG. So my question is really, was that carried forward into the WETS refresh, and can I, from the WETS refresh document, identify the mode share a contribution, if you like, from the IBG site? That was my question, rather than what the target is overall. It's can that study show to me what the contribution of the IBG is to the mode share?
My memory is that there's a 33% car use objective in that, but I think that's what we would be expecting to be looking at in a lot more detail as and when the AMC applications come in.
So are you saying what the council are looking for, which I think links back to the West Edinburgh Design Framework, the table that we discussed yesterday? That sounds like the same figure, that the target for the IBG site is not 50%, but it's 33%, in order to reach the global figure of 50% for the whole of West Edinburgh. Is that a fair point to make?
Yes, just a clarification. We're talking about IBG Phase 1, this application rather than...
Yes, Phase 1.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, could I just ask for a point of clarification? When we're talking about a 33% mode share, what mode is that 33 applying to?
Non-public transport, cycling and walking. So it's a 67% sustainable transport, I suppose, if that helps. So it's 33% car use.
When we start to talk about the numbers within Weta Refresh, I'd like to pick up on that point. But if there's other points to be made before that, then...
I'm quite happy to hear what you've got to say just now on that.
My understanding from the tables provided in Weta Refresh, which were in Appendix C, Table C1 through to, I think, C8, the mode share that's identified for the various developments quotes public transport mode share at the bottom of those tables, and it gets nowhere near 67% by public transport modes.
Can you just remind me what the figure is?
Certainly. If we take the table, well, the easier one might be in the body of the document, table 7.5 on page, no page numbers, sorry, table 7.5 within the Weta Refresh document.
Table 7.5.
7.5, you have that. The bottom, the table's in two parts, which looks at AM and PM. The bottom line seems to indicate percentage mode share by public transport, PT. For IBG1, we are looking at origins of 31%, destinations of 44% in the AM. In the PM, we're looking at PT mode shares of 37%, arriving and 15%. That doesn't... I'm not sure what the... There might be something within this that I'm missing, but I think clarification on that point would be worthwhile.
Does the Council want to provide any clarification?
We'd like to review that and come back with some clarification on that, if that's permitted.
Do you want time to review that just now and come back, or do you want to just go over the references again so the Council got it clear? It's
the reference is table 7.5 within Weta Refresh, and it's the last line on each of the two parts of that.
And is there a page number on it?
Sorry, the document I have isn't numbered. It comes after 7.3.6.
48. Okay, that's page 48.
Oh, sorry, there is very faint in my... Yeah, 48. Thanks.
So fundamental that I think it merits maybe a short adjournment so we can just look at these figures, sir. I've looked at the figures.
I think your colleague's indicating that he's
I can
looked at
make
the
a
figures. I'm
comment.
quite happy to make a comment.
I can make a comment now, sir.
And that will allow the Council just to review.
As proposed by IBG, the non-car mode percentage, in accordance with their calculations in WETS, is 84%. Now, this was a figure that Mr. Gillespie used in a piece of correspondence with the applicant in 2015. And that was based on a number of parking spaces proposed by the applicant in WETS of 678. Now, if we now go into a situation, that's 678 for Class 4. If we're now going to a situation that the most that the applicant provide is 316, that means the percentage of non-car-based travel goes up. And I've done a quick calculation which Mr. Bissett can check and agree or not. It goes up to 87%. So there will be 13% of people travelling by car, 87% by non-car modes. Even stresses to me how important it is to understand how the public transport network will cater for such a figure, sir.
Applicant, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, I was going to draw attention to table 7.5 and where to refresh in any event. I think that Mr. Gillespie's maybe got the columns back to front. It's quite confusing the way it's the nomenclature's been numbered there. If we look at table 7.5, and we'll just take the AM at the moment, we can go through the PM as well. The AM from 7 AM to 9 AM, and it says on the top line 2301 IBG1. I'm assuming that's a reference to a zone. There's numbers along the whole of the top of that table. And then below that it says origin, and then it's destination. In simple terms, what that actually means, origin actually means departures and destination means arrivals. And if you look, just for simplicity, for a quick example, the line below that, which at the left-hand side is entitled car, and it says origin 234 and destination 1102. That to me is saying 234 departures and 1102 arrivals, which is what you would expect for an office development when people are coming to work in the morning and traditionally going away in the evening. And likewise, if you look in the PM table for the same row for car, it says origin 727, destination 216. And again, that would suggest to me that there's 727 departures and 216 arrivals. Now, if we look at the public transport mode share percentage in either of these tables, I did a quick calculation based on the car mode share. Stupidly enough, it's the inverse of what's there, but effectively the car mode share for arrivals in the AM is 56%. And the point I'd like to try and make here is that the mitigation, the trip generation within Weta Refresh and the mitigation that is in Weta Refresh is based on these numbers in table 7.5. So in other words, for a 56% mode share by car in the AM arrivals over a 2-hour period for IBG1, the approved mitigation package that is in Weta Refresh accommodates this level of mode share. And it's my understanding.
That's the kind of, if you like, actual trip mode share, but what I was just trying to establish what the targets were, and we've obviously gone into that. I think Transport Scotland were looking to come in.
Just to clarify that my interpretation of arrivals and departures, yes, I would concur with what's been set out, but the important part I was trying to highlight was the percentage mode share by public transport that was being assumed, and I would agree with the comment that you've just made that whilst that's what the model is assuming will be the mode share, I don't think my understanding of the Weta Refresh exercise was not to advocate a car mode share of 56%. That was reflected in what the modelling output. It wasn't to say that it's okay to go up to that level. The mode share target would be as per the previous documents, and I think originally 33%, and it certainly ties in with the restrictive car parking that's being currently talked about.
Is it appropriate now to take in the council? Have you had time to review matters?
I think that's broadly agree with that, but I think as we mentioned, the mode share in terms of what is predicted is not what we are actually expecting, and certainly not what we're wanting. As I say, the whole thrust is to pushing down on that. and supporting public transport, cycling and walking modes.
Airport, would you like to get...
This will come back to a discussion about which document defines and analyses mitigation. We will come back to that. But my comment about 84% mode share in the WETS document associated with Class 4, going to 87% mode share in the WETS document with this new revised figure, I think is correct, but Mr. Bissett can check that and confirm whether or not he agrees with that. But this comes back to Mr. Gillespie's comments in 2015, where he commented on 84% mode share. This is in my hearing statement 2.142, sir, on page 19. And he talks about this 84% of travel by non-car modes, which has now gone up to 87%. And he's talking about it will be necessary to establish details of how this mode share will be achieved and controlled through the planning process, which comes back very much to the documents and the policies that we referred to earlier. But there is a concern that we are talking about in terms of WETS, and we will get onto that discussion, that WETS proposes an extremely ambitious mode share, which there is nothing in the applicant's documents to demonstrate how this will be achieved.
And was that WETS assumption carried forward into the WETA refresh? Is that was that assumption for mode share that you've described in the WETS study carried forward into the WETA refresh?
I don't think so, sir.
Council, do you have a view on that, whether or not the mode share that was used in the WETS study was that carried forward into the WETA refresh?
I think we'd like to seek clarification, but the across, as I referred to earlier, the 50% mode share is across the piece, and that is specifically in the WETA refresh.
The applicant.
So if I can clarify matters, it might shed some light on this. In direct answer to your question, was the WETS mode share carried forward to WETA? The simple answer is no, it's not. The mode share in WETA refresh, as we just discussed in table 7.5 in the preceding sections, it's actually referred to as scenario A throughout the WETA refresh document. And as I said already, this is what the package of mitigation for West Edinburgh has been designed on. In terms of Mr. Martin's point on 84% versus 87%, quite frankly, that's just confusing matters because you're basing it on differing trip generation. The overall trip generation in WETS is different from the trip generation in WETA refresh. So quite frankly, you can't make the distinction that it would change from 84% to 87%. The actual mode share that was assessed is that's in table 7.5.
I think Transport Scotland want to come in.
Yeah, I think this goes to the point I made earlier about understanding the currency of the various documents that have been submitted, with WETS, which does undertake a trip generation assessment of the development and comes up with a mode share and person trip numbers. What's been carried through to WETA refresh, I'll reiterate that from Transport Scotland's perspective, the number of cars that are being assessed on the network is comparable directly, and in terms of how the trunk road network will perform, we remain comfortable that the numbers in WETA and the numbers in WETS are essentially equivalent. However, the mode share and the total number of person trips that are assumed in the respective documents vary quite significantly.
Am I safe to assume that the TISWEP study, which is part of this chronology. I don't need to consider that in terms of mode share matters, because I think it had different targets. I think if we can all agree that I don't need to consider that. Is that that point's okay? I'm seeing everyone nodding, so that's useful. A question, perhaps to Transport Scotland first, and maybe to the council. Is it, in your experience, is it normal to have mode share targets submitted as part of a planning application in principle in terms of your development management role? Is it normal to see targets submitted as part of planning application?
Our typical approach would be that in a situation where a development comes forward looking to adopt typical mode shares that could be expected in an area, then we take a view that we're generally comfortable that the assessment process would follow through and there isn't a specific requirement to set those. Where ambitious mode shares are proposed, it's our experience that we would seek to tie that down through conditions limiting car parking numbers or mode share targets to be carried through to the travel plan monitoring. And I think that's fairly consistent. Edinburgh Park, although it predates this by 25 years, has conditions relating to car parking constraint and the need for travel plan monitoring. RBS across the road similarly has maximum parking numbers and mode share targets embedded within that.
And the same question to the council.
Thank you, sir. The philosophy to adopt a mode share target was actually one that carried through from the original letter. We updated that, and that was on the basis of effectively benchmarking around developments in the area. I would just highlight Royal Bank of Scotland, as Mr Glesley says. There was valuable data to be obtained from their travel planning that showed a PT mode share of around 46–47%. So some other work was done in the area. So in setting a target for at least 50%, we had confidence that that was achievable based on the work in the area. As part of WETA, we also engaged with public transport operators and gave them an indication of our thinking, and the bus operators in particular responded that they felt that that was reasonable and it was a target that they could achieve from their point of view. And of course the business plan for tram was predicated on the build-out of West Edinburgh as we understood it. So the financial modelling and operational modelling for tram was in line with that thinking as well.
Does the airport wish to comment any further?
Yeah, it's interesting that Mr Gillespie mentions Edinburgh Park, which was a long time ago. I was the transport consultant for Edinburgh Park Southern Phase. I represented the applicant at the public inquiry in 2001, and I happen to have parts of my recognition with me. And yes, mode share targets were assessed as part of the transport assessment and were enshrined in the subsequent legal agreement, which I was heavily involved in because there was a lot of transport to do with it. And yes, it was 20 years ago, but that transport assessment assessed the public transport requirements at that stage in the transport assessment. And one of the requirements, which was subsequently enshrined into the Section 75, I'm reading, enhanced public transport to Edinburgh Park, both in frequency and duration of services, particularly from the south side of Edinburgh, where gaps in provision have been identified. As part of the transport assessment, we assessed existing services, what services would be enhanced, what new services would be provided. That was part of the transport assessment that went to the public inquiry, as well as mode share targets. So.
Okay, thank you. I think Transport Scotland want to come in once more.
Just to pick up on a point that Mr Kennedy made, and it's to place the weta refresh in an appropriate context with regards to looking at mode share targets. He indicated that through the travel planning work that's been done for RBS, they were achieving a mode share by public transport of 46%, I think was mentioned, which, you know, is for the location, I think it's a target that we would all look to see replicated elsewhere. But in the context of the modelling, and going back to table 7.5 in Wet It Refresh, what this model assumes is a mode share by public transport for RBS of somewhere between 7 and 19%, depending on direction in the morning, and 11 and 16% in the evening. And I think, again, the traffic numbers that we're talking about, 1,700 car movements arriving at RBS in the morning over a 2-hour period, that seems to relate quite well to the level of parking provision on site, which I think is 1,700, which was set by the planning condition. So whilst we have a model that can accurately look at the car impact on the network, I think we just need to treat the results with caution with regard to what it predicts as a mode share for each of these individual units, and not carry that through as the sacrosanct, these are the mode share targets that each development will be able to achieve in West Edinburgh.
Anyone else want to raise any other points on mode shares? That discussion has given me a useful understanding for when I look back through the documents. It's certainly given me a better understanding. It's 12:20. I was going to start to talk about parking in relation to the studies. I think we'll probably give that a go, and it might take us a little bit past 12:30, but if that's okay, I'm keen to press on. So, in relation to parking, I'm keen to understand that, whether the studies and the modelling and the mitigation that's modelled was underpinned or indeed constrained by any certain levels of car parking, particularly for IBG 1, Phase 1. So first of all, in terms of weights, I think I've heard that there was a certain level of parking. I think Transport Scotland have referred to that in their submission for the wet study that if you like, constrained the modelling. Is that the case? In fact, I'll start with Transport Scotland.
Yes, through the wet study, there was an adoption of the 2009 Council's parking standards, which set minimum and maximum parking levels. The minimum provision was 1 space per 180 square metres. That translated to 122,000 square metre development, came up with 678 car parking spaces for the business element. There was various other uses, etc., that had their own level of parking associated with that, and that fed into the trip assessment. That level of parking, it's also replicated within the EIA submission, which I think is document APP 107, table 2.1 of the environmental statement sets out the overall land use elements, and also includes an indication that it was 1,225 parking spaces in total. So underlying what the application related to, our view was that it was all based on a fairly constrained level of car parking. In terms of where that leads on, and going back to document EAL7, which was referred to, which we think was the council's correspondence with regard to whether or not the transport assessment addendum was adequate or not. Item 3 in that section talks about how the car parking numbers would be set based on the council's maximum, and that there would need to be supporting information to deviate away from that. At the time this was written, that would have been the 2017 parking standards. And I think this leads to the ambiguity that we see in terms of what was the level of parking that was being proposed. Was it something that was proposed by the applicant through his development proposals, or is it something that's left to be discussed through MSC applications in terms of whatever guidance is relevant at the time? As it transpires, within the last 24 hours, we now have much more constrained car parking than we had in the 2017, which were actually not as constrained as they were in 2009. So I think this leads to our position that it would be beneficial to have a more defined framework for which parking would be delivered for the overall master plan. And I think that is reflected in the council's letter, EAL7, at point 3, where it says that they should be identified as part of this application and through the master plan process at this stage.
Okay, perhaps I could ask the applicant if we could just clarify, as part of your application, Transport Scotland refer to the EIA. There's other areas, I think the design and access statement as well covers the car parking proposal. Can you just clarify, since we're having this discussion, what the car parking is proposed in the application? Absolute clarity on that. Is it what's in the EIA, the design and access statement, or is it the most up-to-date transport note? What's your position, and I'll check that the council agree, as what is proposed by the planning application for car parking? In terms of numbers, you could deal with just the business element if you like, because that will give us a handle.
I think concentrating on the business element is probably the most useful. To strictly answer your question, I don't believe that we have proposed an absolute number. We've consistently said throughout all these studies and since 2015 that we would provide parking in accordance with whatever the council requested at the time of detailed applications. And I think this is borne out through the final transport technical note, where the council requests us to indicate what the maximum parking could be based on their 2017 standards in the Edinburgh Design Guidance. It might have actually been the October 2018 version, and I think we produced a table that indicated 1,937 spaces for the Class 4. But taking a step back, in terms of the design guidance that was produced as part of the application, that would have been based on the 1 per 180 square metre standard from 2009, which led us to the 678 spaces. And as Mr. Gillespie has just pointed out, in the last 24 hours we've been given new parking standards which would appear to reduce this number even further, down to approximately 317. Our position remains the same, that we will take whatever the council standard is at the time prevalent to the detailed application, an AMSC application, for a particular element of the development.
Okay, certainly got that point, but I just want to clarify in terms of what the application says and what it seems to say to me, both, I think we've had reference to the EIA, but in the design and access statement, it quotes those figures in terms of 1 to 180 square metres. So is that part of your application or not? Simple question. Is that what you're proposing, or was the transport technical note in 2018 an update to that application which was actually proposing something more is there a firm position as to what was submitted, subsequently amended, and then considered by the council in terms of parking proposal? Because I was just a little bit confused by all the documentation on that matter. Although I completely accept what your position is now, but I'd just like to know what's in the planning application. Call me pedantic.
Sir, I'll maybe kick off, and then Mr Bissett and or Mr Newton can shed further light. But I think to contextualise it, it's important to remind ourselves that environmental assessment on a PPP application of this nature, it is normal practice to identify some parameters, a reference design as it were. The lawyers, particularly among us, know about the Rochdale envelope. So it's very much identifying parameters so that an assessment can be carried out. But it being the nature of a PPP development, that those parameters are very much an assumption which will then evolve, to use the word that has been mentioned a lot today. So that perhaps is the explanation for numbers of spaces being identified. But what Mr Bissett referred to in his answer, and I'll let him return to that, was that it was never the intention to identify an actual number. As I say, I'll pass over to him and he could maybe clarify that for you.
I think, as I said previously, I honestly don't believe that we did publish a definitive number. I think we quoted the standards prevalent at the time of the application. And obviously in the transport technical note we provided updated numbers at the request of the council. But I don't honestly recollect if we've said as part of the application this is the numbers we will provide in terms of parking.
I might be able to assist there, sir.
Okay.
The WETS document, which obviously supports the application, paragraph 3.2.12 on page 18 says how it will be vital that parking is severely constrained and controlled to encourage sustainable travel. In addition, it has been agreed that a limit would be applied on-site for car parking associated with Class 4 land use element of the development. With the quantum of development set out above, this would result in a maximum of 678 spaces. And that's where the calculation for an 84% non-car based modal split is arrived from.
Thank you for that. Perhaps if I could take us to a core document, APP 103, which is design and access statement, which appears to reiterate the point that's been made by Mr Bissett, that the car parking provision was illustrated in accordance with the City of Council car parking standards, and goes on to list those. So the point I was making was that a proposal in terms of what you're putting forward, or you've articulated as all you were doing was illustrating as part of your application what the current standard would be. So I just wanted to get to the point that I can be sure if there is a set number of parking spaces based on the uses presented in the application.
It was the latter, sir, in terms of illustrating parking provision in accordance with the City Council's parking standards. I believe you're referring there to page 96.
Page 96, yeah. There's standards there for offices and hotels, and the preceding paragraphs say parking provision for commercial plots has been illustrated in accordance with City of Edinburgh Council parking standards. So that that's in line with what Mr Bissett said in terms of... I just want to get to the point where I'm clear on what's actually in the application. So I think I'm a lot clearer now, but I would like the council just to comment on your understanding if the application came along with set numbers for uses in your considering of that application.
Yeah, I would say it didn't come along with set uses and parking associated with those. I've just double checked through the planning application form, And
I
within
think
that
it came along with set uses, but what you're saying
yeah,
is
with
not...
set uses, but not parking,
parking,
associated with each of the set uses, sorry. And the planning application form does not state a specific level of parking that's being sought within that. I think that's submitted as APP 101 in the documentation. And then just going back to page 96 there, I think that's definitely a master planning discussion page in terms of the uses, the illustration of how parking could fit within that landscape context. And then there's also the follow-up paragraph says improve upon the maximum parking provision in line with the wider ambition to encourage public transport use and reduce vehicle movements within the International Business Gateway.
Okay. So perhaps in relation to parking and the wetter refresh, is there anything with regard to, I think the airport have mentioned matters on this, does parking constrain the modelling within the wetter refresh, and is it its assumptions that are used? Is that a key factor of the study in wetter refresh? Airports, yeah. Yes.
I'm not quite sure. The wetter refresh document to me is not the document we should be considering in terms of this application. Should be wets. So I don't know the answer to that question.
In relation to wets, I think my understanding is that the parking for IBG 1 has constrained the modelling. I think that's been mentioned by Transport Scotland. But I think if the Council wanted to come in on my question.
Yes, I believe the trip generation rates, the trip rates, took into account the level of parking that would be available through the application of the car parking standards.
Is that your understanding of the wetter refresh, Mr. Bissett?
I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I don't think that the modelling was constrained by parking in my recollection, but I defer to the Council on that one. I'm genuinely not sure.
Okay, Transport Scotland.
It's my understanding that parking per se is not a parameter within the modelling, but the trip generation would be derived from the typical expected level of car usage for a given floor area based on the historic comparison of sites in the area. But it's also worth highlighting that the wetter refresh modelling that was undertaken, any reference to car parking that may have existed would have been the 2009 parking standards, which were what were used within the WETS study, which gave a minimum and a maximum, not just a minimum. And where WETS approach to assessment took them was to adopt the minimum that was available, whereas they could legitimately have made a case that the then maximum standards of 1 space per 90 could have been applicable for this site. So that there is a degree of ambiguity. And in terms of what the actual application includes, trying to get to the bottom of that, where parameters have been used in the transport assessment, unless it's specifically stated within the planning application form, Transport Scotland's approach would seek limits on floor area, on parking numbers, etc., that relate to the assumptions made in the transport assessment process.
So just to return to the Council, the wetter refresh would be influenced by the earlier parking standards, not the 2017, certainly not the most up-to-date ones that we've heard of yesterday and today. So can you clarify if it was the minimum that was assumed in setting parameters, or the maximum? I think in those parking standards.
I would need to come back on with you on that and clarify that, sir.
Okay. Airport, do you want to add anything else to what Mark was there? Okay. Just quickly, in terms of floor space, the wetter refresh assessment, from what I've looked at, is based on floor areas. There are slight variations between the actual application and what's slight variations to what's in the wetter refresh, but it's essentially considering the same development. I think the numbers are slightly out from what I saw, but is it agreed that the floor space figures that were talked about in the wetter refresh fairly accurately describe the application? The applicant is nodding. There's no one disagreeing with me on that matter? No. Okay. Well, on that point of agreement, what we'll do is we'll break for lunch. I'm going to come back and just a few questions on airport growth figures and how that related to wetter refresh. I think if we say we come back at 1:30, gives you slightly more than 45 minutes. Are we all happy with that? Okay, all to return at 1:30. Okay, thank you. Ready to make a start to the afternoon. We're on item 6. I had delved into item B, parking, but just one point to be then followed by a point by the Council on procedures that I believe the documents have been circulated in paper copy. I've just received a paper copy of the additional documents from the Council as well, so I have that. Has everyone who was wanting additional copies of that got that document? Yes, okay. To the Council on a procedural matter.
Sorry, mate. Maybe should have framed that slightly better. Essentially, we'd said we would seek to clarify a couple of points for you on the parking aspect that we've just been discussing, and I thought before we moved on, we have been able to get a little bit more clarity. We can give that, and if parties need to respond, obviously, give them the opportunity to do so.
Yes, and I had another couple of questions around parking, because I'd only delved really into item B, so I was going to have another few questions anyway. So I'll let you kick off, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. In some ways, it kind of deals with two matters at the same time. If we can maybe refer back to the wetter refresh study and the tables we were looking at this morning, tables C3, C4, C5, etc. Now, I've spoken to Jacobs, and they're going to give me a more detailed note, which I can submit if that's required. But in essence, the model was run over a number of scenarios, starting with a model run where the model was essentially unconstrained. So there was no parking constraint, there was no mode share, etc., etc. And you can see that would be the outputs that would be demonstrated in C1. There was then a series of scenarios ran, and if you look at it, bring your attention to table C5. Now, this table then introduces the principle of car parking restraint at the IBG, and also starts...
What page is that on, sorry?
Right. Beg your pardon, I don't have any page numbers.
Appendix C.
Appendix C.
Okay, thank you.
So as you run through these scenarios, the model is starting to introduce different scenarios and different restraints. So probably the one that addresses the questions you were asking this morning is table C5, that introduces IBG parking restraint and mode share. And you can see the figures that come out of that, whereas this morning we were discussing PD mode shares at about 37%. you'll see there that the PT mode share from a modelling perspective has risen to 65%. The parking restraint was modelled in the model, not by varying the trip rates, as I said this morning, but by introducing a charge. And there's a note to that effect underneath that table. So it was the restraint was simulated using that, but that was then cross-referenced back to the car arrivals in the morning peak and reviewing how that matched available car parking. And generally, there was a good match. As I say, I'm getting a more detailed note on that, and I can submit that if required.
Well, we'll probably be discussing further submissions towards the close of this hearing, so we can possibly leave that point until then. On sticking with parking and what the Wetter refresh study said, as opposed to what's in the table, I think it's accurate to say that the refresh study did indicate it may be appropriate to develop revised parking standards, and we've had these revised parking standards submitted to us. Does the WETA's refresh study, its conclusions, indicate anything about parking controls, whether it's resident parking schemes and such like? Are those suggestions that are flowing from the conclusions of the refresh study? To the Council first.
I think the principle of car parking controls is a practical output, if you like, from the assumptions embedded in the model. So the zones that would be representing where the development's taken place, constraint was introduced into those zones, but obviously from in the real world, if car parking was available out with the development, i.e. on street, then the objective wouldn't be achieved because people would utilise on-street parking or whatever available parking there was. So that led to the principle that for this to be effective, that controlled parking controls, and that is covered in quite detail in the WETA model refresh report, would need to be introduced on a fairly large-scale basis in and around West Edinburgh.
Okay, does the airport want to come in on that one?
Just to comment that WET is obviously a strategic study, not a detailed study, and
I mean, I have noted that the Council in the report of handling and in terms of the schedule of conditions and informatives have indicated that off-street parking will be controlled. That's set out in informative, and I think we'll have a discussion on the appropriateness and informative or otherwise for tomorrow for such a measure. But that was obviously part of the Council's consideration when coming to conclusions on conditions. But is it a fair assumption that what the WETA refresh was pointing to, though, was that mitigation in terms of parking controls was part and parcel of the expected packages for the future? Okay, thank you. Applicant, would you like to comment?
Sir, just to assist, there is a section 5.3 in Weta Refresh on page 17 that discusses parking control and demand management. It goes on for a number of pages, and there's a summary on page 21 under 5.3.7. And I don't want to go over the 4 or 5 pages in here, but there is a plan on page 20, figure 5.2, and it says suggested controlled parking zones within West Edinburgh, and you can see the blue hatched area extends from what appears to be Eastfield Road at the western edge all the way through to effectively the end of South Gyle Broadway to the eastern edge, and as far south as I think it's probably Hermiston Gate retail park, and to the north to what would I suppose look like the rail line that heads north.
So it's fair to say that parking control was a key element of some of the findings from the Weta Refresh, and I've seen that diagram, and thank you for pointing us to it. That's all the matters I had with regard to parking for just now. As indicated earlier on, given the status of the Edinburgh Design Guidance and Parking, then it may be, I conclude, that it requires further procedure to get people's views on that. But do Transport Scotland have anything to say on the remarks you've heard since lunch?
I think what we say, the clarification provided by Mr Kennedy is helpful in terms of showing that Weta did consider a range of options, and I think it goes back to the point that nowhere in that document does it actually stipulate a one mode share target for the site. You have to take the scenarios that have been modelled and then apply what the recommendations are, adopt them in policy, etc., etc. So, it's difficult to pick from that report a specific mode share. Yes, C5 does identify a mode share of 63%, and provided those parking controls are in place, whether it's a charge, whether it's a cap on numbers, I think is imperative to achieving that.
I did indicate before lunch that I would move on to airport growth forecasts and what they've how they played a part in the WETs and the Weta Refresh. But is the airport content with the figures and the forecasts that are in the Weta Refresh study? I'll direct that one to the airport in the first instance.
The airport in the Weta Refresh.
I think if you can actually take the microphone to the speaker, thanks.
The airport are content with the passenger growth figures within the Weta Refresh, but we're not content with the passenger growth figures used in WETs.
Maybe you could just explain the significance of that and your concerns around that significance.
WETs, and it relates to my hearing statements there. Perhaps it would be relevant if you could turn to page 12 of my hearing statement. And there's a table 1.
You just bear with me. Page 12.
Page 12, just after paragraph 2.83 at the top of the page.
Okay, got that now.
As I said, I'm quite happy with the passenger growth figures that were used in the wetter refresh, but if you look at the top row, the WETS figure that was applied to assess traffic flows from the airport was the 2021 figure of 12.61 million. If you can see in terms of the current Edinburgh Airport figures for 2021, current 2009 in the third row, you'll see it's 16 million. This comes down to the traffic information, passenger growth figures that WETS used, which unfortunately were outdated, and the wetter refresh document of 2016 said that the airport growth figures were unacceptably dated. I mentioned that a few times elsewhere in my hearing statements there. So, and we've consistently pointed out in both 2016 and 2000 representations that revised airport growth figures should be used. This would indicate that the 27% higher figure that we've now provided would arrive at, in my paragraph 2.88 on the same page, identify that
we've heard from the applicant that their definitive position is their refresh. So, do you want to come in on that?
That the airport's figures are incorrect. All I can say is that at the time of preparing the West Edinburgh Transport Study, WETS, the figures that were used for airport growth were those supplied by the airport and agreed with Transport Scotland and the Council at that time. Now, I think we'd already discussed this morning, and it may well be referred to in the DM subcommittee report from memory on possibly page 114, that there was concerns from the Council in relation to WETS, in relation to airport growth, and this led to the wetter refresh study. So I don't think there's any dispute there into what Mr. Martin's just said.
And there's no assumptions that were underlying within WETS that were in some way carried forward into the wetter refresh that are linked back to those growth figures? No?
No, sir.
Okay.
We did talk before lunch about page 5, paragraph 5 on page 24 of the subcommittee report, which part of the reason for the wetter refresh was that the Council did not adequately consider, the Roads Authority expressed concern that WETS study did not adequately consider traffic impacts arising from airport growth. And in view of this, the Roads Authority recommended that the application be continued in order to further examine the assumptions of the WETS study. So, revised figures have been provided. The wetter refresh stated quite unequivocally that the airport growth figures used in
Can I ask a question of my colleagues at the back? Has there been something changing with regard to the... Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just have a 1 minute recess that everyone can sit in their seats.
So if I could just finish off on that particular point, sir.
Are we ready to go again, gentlemen?
I think we might be in a position where, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think everybody possibly in the room agrees that the airport growth figures used by WETS were incorrect and significantly underestimate the traffic levels associated with airport growth figures. And it then comes to a discussion that, as I said this morning, at some point we have to have is what is the appropriate strategic study to consider in terms of assessing IBG proposed mitigation. Is it WETS or is it Wetter Refresh?
Well, I certainly heard the applicant's view on that earlier on, so I'm not going to ask that again from the applicant. But is there any significance in employee growth at the airport? I know that's been mentioned in your statement. Is there anything significant with regard to modelling that has been carried out to date?
Yes, it's the employment figures are also part of the WETS modelling, and there has been a significant increase in the number of employees projected. And if you look at that, if you look at my hearing statement on page 13, you'll see that the
paragraph number
page 13, paragraph 2.95.
Okay.
This indicates that WETS used a figure of 4,080 employees. The current employee figure is 8,000, with a comparable figure in 2021 of 8,400. So it's quite significantly higher. And in 2.95, I indicate again additional vehicle trips associated with that, which are over and above the 500-odd vehicle trips in each peak hour that I indicated for passenger growth in paragraph 2.88 of my hearing statement.
And in relation to the Wetter Refresh, you're content with the airport passenger growth figures. Is there any issues there with employees? Has employees been factored into the modelling there?
I'm not quite sure if the employees were explicitly considered within Wetter Refresh. But as I've said earlier, so I'm quite content that Wetter Refresh represents projected airport growth of 2030 and 2040 in a reasonable manner. But it comes back to the discussion we have to have about WETS being the assessment. It defines and analyses the IBG mitigation, which Wetter Refresh does not do at all.
Sir, if I may assist you, just on your last point there, on Wetter Refresh on page 9, paragraph 4.2, it said, Edinburgh Airport has provided a comprehensive assessment of forecast passenger and staff numbers to 2030 and 2040. It would appear that it's in the document.
Yes, and I've heard from them that they're content with the figures that were used, so I'm happy to rest. Okay, we come on to item C of agenda item 6, which I've titled Eastfield Road Corridor. Just wanting to kick off with just a general question. No need to go on at length, but how important is Eastfield Road, the airport?
It is the lifeblood of the airport, sir. The operational performance of the airport is dictated by the operational performance of Eastfield Road.
Councillor, have you got anything to add to that with regard to, I understand it's not a trunk road, that's been pointed out to us, but have you got any comments on the significance or otherwise of Eastfield Road? It's not supposed to be a trick question.
I know. I think, yes, acknowledge that it's the main public interaction route into the airport, but there's significant cargo handling, freight, traffic, other employees and things from Craig's Road to the rear of the site, to the north of the airport. So there are other airport functions that gain their transport access from another means other than Eastfield Road.
Transport Scott?
Rich, maybe respond just to very quickly that Edinburgh Airport is primarily a passenger-based airport, sir. That is why the maintenance of the operational efficiency of Eastfield Road is of absolute paramount importance to the airport, sir.
And that's the single route for paying passengers?
Correct, sir, yes.
Transport Scotland, I know it's not a trunk road. Have you got any comment on this?
No comment to make on it, thank you.
And the applicant, any general comments? Any general comments on just my introductory question on just the importance of Eastfield Road? That's obviously been a key plank of the airport's concerns.
In general terms, I don't think we do. There is in fact two accesses to the airport from the A8. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of the road, but it runs down the eastern side of the Royal Highland Showground. I think it might be called Ingliston Road, and then it goes into Fairview Road. So there is additional routing. I'm just stating a fact. I'm not trying to draw anything from it. I don't really have any further comment on Eastfield Road, to be honest.
Really just, in a sense, a warm-up question to some of my comments and questions. To the airport, you've had fundamental concerns about the model calibration for the corridor and the certainty of impact. So, what's your view on the robustness of the information in the WETS refresh study, the WETS study or the refresh study with regard to modelling of the impacts of the IBG Phase 1?
So just before we turn to that, I had a quick conference there with Stephen Swan. I indicated in the affirmative to you when you said to me, is Eastfield Road the only access to the airport for passengers? There is in existence a very minor secondary access. We just want to be completely honest and open on the record, sir. It's not used. I've never used it. I didn't even know it was there, sir, but there is a back route, but it's not used. So the primary access, what we consider to be the main access, is Eastfield Road.
And is that Ingliston Road that's been referred to by the applicant? Okay. Or once the last person comes in, just before we move on in the agenda, I did ask you to have a little chat about the way in which you'd like to deal with closing submissions. I'm advised that Transport Scotland don't intend to make any oral submissions or make any case for written submissions, but between the Council, the Airport and the applicant, have you concluded what would be most appropriate? Council.
I think I've managed to catch the applicant about this, but not the airport, so I know what my position and the applicant's position was on it, but I haven't had that.
Well, let's hear that.
So, certainly, I think you'd suggested this morning, or maybe yesterday potentially, of having the closing submissions for this verbally, potentially tomorrow morning, and I think that would seem sensible in terms of what we've got left to get through, but I still thought it was, I think it's preferable to deal with it in that manner than have it postponed to being through written submissions.
Do you agree with that applicant? Sorry. Does the airport have any view, or would you agree with that?
The airport doesn't really agree with that. We have a strong preference to have the closing remarks this evening, sir, or after the close of evidence today. I don't think it's a particularly lengthy process. We got through it quite easily yesterday. In fact, I do recall my learned friend, Mr. Collar, seemed very enthusiastic. They didn't even need a break. He wanted to go straight into that. So, slight change in position today. They need an overnighter to deal with that. I understand there is a difficulty with one of the applicant's witnesses, the air quality, and that's also a topic we were going to look at today. But the airport have no difficulty in sitting a little bit later, sir, to accommodate that. We have really nothing to say on on air quality in any event, sir. It's not really an issue which we've raised in any of our hearing statements.
So based on that, I wouldn't want the applicant to be prejudiced by losing an advisor because you've got to go to a plane. If there's a strong view that you'd like to finish proceedings for this hearing today, I think my preference would be to bring air quality forward, just to ensure that a advisor can get in the plane. So I think if we go on the basis of taking item 10 just now and consider that matter, and then we'll look to have oral submissions by the close of play today, then and that will allow us the ability to start at 9:30 in the morning. Okay, everyone content with that matter? Okay, item 10 then, air quality. Just as a kind of lead-in question, based on your experience and question of the council, what role do air quality management areas play in planning, in the planning system and in decisions? So just a kind of lead-in question, just to set the scene.
Hi. I suppose under PAN 51, it kind of stipulates that the role that an air quality management area plays with regards planning applications. It should take into account if there's any large-scale proposals, if there's any areas that are occupied by sensitive groups such as the elderly, young or children, if there's any potential for cumulative effects as well. As air quality is capable of being a material planning consideration if there's a development proposed inside or adjacent to an air quality management area.
Thank you. Applicant, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, could I just say that I think that the City of Edinburgh would agree that they were not a bar to development. They were just air quality focus areas, should we say, in terms of their material impact on applications, but they're not an absolute no development in these areas or adjacent to these areas.
Okay, I mean, that leads me into the next question, taking us to policy ENV 22 of the LDP and the I think that's core document 5 from memory, and that's paragraph 201, which is open in front of me just now. The narrative there suggests that proposals will be assessed to ensure that development doesn't adversely affect air quality in identified air quality management areas. So I hear what you say in terms of your views. They're not a bar, but I think paragraph 201 highlights the LDP position. Is that correct, Council, in terms of the policy position?
Yeah, yes, in terms of the policy position, I would agree with we would consider air quality management areas as I outlined in 201.
Does that then imply that my focus in writing my report to ministers may be on air quality management areas in particular? Sorry, that was the Council.
You mean in terms of focus, in terms of air quality, so just focusing into the air quality management areas rather than the cumulative impacts of creating an additional air quality management area, is that?
The main concern seems to be the impact on the Glasgow Road air quality management area. I'm happy to be corrected on that today, but that seems to be from the documentation, the concerns that that area would exceed what's expected, and that's what I've taken from the documentation. That's the main concern. Is that a fair take?
Yeah, the greatest impact does seem to be on the Glasgow Road, New Bridge Air Quality Management Area. We did ask the applicant to take into consideration St John's Road Air Quality Management Area as well. The impact on that wasn't significant.
Yeah. Just going back to the policy, I think that notwithstanding paragraph 201, I think that the policy itself is that there will be no significant adverse effects for health and no significant adverse effects on air quality. And I think that does have to be borne in mind, because that's part of the question is it a numerical impact? Models can generate numbers with infinite resolution, or is it a significant effect on those areas?
Thanks, and that's criteria B of the policy.
And lastly, just in response, there were some receptors considered in both the St John's AQMA and the Glasgow Road AQMA, although admittedly the focus was on the Glasgow Road.
Yes, I've seen that, and that leads on to the kind of EIA addendum, which I think was submitted for air quality and noise in 2018. I think that concludes that there will be negative but negligible impact on air quality arising, apart from on Glasgow Road, where in scenarios it could be moderate. And mitigation is put forward in that addendum in terms of sustainable modes of travel, walking, cycling and public transport. In EIA terms, would you agree that that's being put forward as mitigation?
My opinion is that the assessment as it stands demonstrates that the impacts will be, even with the data that we have now, would not constitute a significant effect in EIA terms. I can go into my reasoning for that if you wish, but my opinion is that mitigation does reduce the impact somewhat, but that is reducing an impact that is already not significant. I don't think it's required, put it that way, to achieve a not significant effect on the AQMA.
So you're not suggesting it's mitigation to deal with significant effects as far as EIA is concerned?
As far as EIA is concerned, it's not a mitigation needed to reduce the impacts.
Is that your understanding of the matter, the Council?
From, I suppose, an environmental health perspective, any kind of impact on an air quality management area that's going to make it worse is something we're going to be concerned about. Although do take into consideration the level of significance that it is going to be. However, I think there's a lot of mitigation that can be implemented that can help control that. And having heard some of the earlier discussions about car parking levels and things, like that's one of the, I suppose, the key concerns we had. I think the levels, once you totalled up, the previous amount was over 3,000 car parking spaces. However, now we're hearing there's that potentially dropping down to 1,300, and as a reserved matter as well, the level of car parking. So we're pleased about that. I suppose it does reduce the concerns we had, but that's a good form of mitigation, albeit you're saying that you maybe don't need any mitigation, but from environmental health perspective we feel you do, and there's other other levels of mitigation we would like to see considered brought in as well, such as stuff we've mentioned in our report, like electric vehicle charging points throughout the development. I know it had been earlier mentioned that the Edinburgh Design Guidance does quote a 1 in 6 quota. We would say that from environmental health point of view, we'd be wanting more than that, because this development is going to have an impact on an air quality management area. So the minimum level of mitigation is not good enough. It should be enhanced. The technology is there, in our opinion, for infrastructure to be implemented, whether it be 7 kilowatt Type 2 chargers, as we've mentioned in our original comments, to serve the majority of car parking spaces provided, or whether it be rapid chargers to provide infrastructure for taxis. Then that's again another form of mitigation we would be looking to add to all the other stuff that you've been discussing today.
So just to be clear, is it the Council's position that the impacts, significant in EI terms or otherwise, are required to be mitigated? Is that what I'm taking from what you said? They're required to be mitigated?
From environmental health point of view, yes.
I'm asking from the Council's point of view, because one voice, if possible. There's a list of six items that I think were in your submissions, Mr. Campbell, and they were repeated in the report of handling. And it's what I'm trying to get clarity on is, are those measures matters that you require to be mitigated and therefore dealt with by condition in some way? It's the same
yes.
6 in both the... yeah. But the question is whether or not those matters require to be mitigated in terms of being dealt with by the consent by condition. Is that what your report of handling was said, and is that what should we do or discuss tomorrow?
Yes, I think that would be fair. Yes, we would be seeking those to come through the conditions, and then the further approval of matters applications to address those points.
Well, we'll take that forward into tomorrow's discussion just to see if the mitigation has appeared.
Can I just? I mean, absolutely. I think that the only kind of where my opinion differs from the council's there is the use of the word required. Do I think it's best practice? Do I think it's advisable? Yes, absolutely it is. Yes, but do I think it's required to reduce a significant impact? No, I don't, because I don't think that the effects are significant. And that kind of approach goes along with the advice from Environmental Protection Scotland and the Royal Institute of Town Planners, which says that where you have some impacts which are described even as slight, moderate, or even substantial, if they're confined to a very small area and affect a very low number of people, which is what we have in this case, that the overall effect can be described as negligible, but that does not mean that that completely obviates the need for or the advisability of incorporating mitigation, as we do in the scheme itself. All of that's been discussed earlier today. So in terms of restrictions on parking by condition, etc. So I think it's advisable, but just not required from my point of view. Yeah.
And that's the position of the applicant, yeah. Yeah.
Well, there is another opinion here in terms of the parking standards. The council's policy is 1 space per 6 for electric charging, not 100%. It would be useful if the council could clarify what the policy is on electric vehicle charging.
Has the recent car parking standards adjusted that? Perhaps we could have clarity on that from the council. As far as I can see, it's 1 in 6 still.
Yeah, no, that element hasn't changed. It's still 1 in 6. I think this is where the parking standards state 1 in 6, and then there's obviously an environmental protection desire to increase the number of electric car charging endpoints that we have across the city. So there is sort of two different scenarios going forward there in terms of what environmental protection would seek and what our car parking standards seek.
With Graham that everything's working at the moment. I'm being picked up. It's good. Okay. So apologies for that short interlude. I've heard these positions and we'll probably go into delve into the detail of that tomorrow. SEPA had some concerns, and I think these were reiterated in the environment protection submissions. Is that when looking at the impacts, that the worst case scenario should be looked at rather than other scenarios. That was in SEPA's submissions, and they've got concerns that wasn't the key scenario that's looked at. Begin to hear from the applicant on that in terms of their view in response to what SEPA has said. I think that was reiterated by environmental protection as well in the consultation response to the planning application.
I think that I don't agree with that position, and I think if I take you to the reason for my saying that is if I take you to figure 3.2 in the analysis of trends in the monitored concentrations.
And that's in which document?
In my hearing statement.
In the hearing statement, yeah.
Yeah, figure 3.2. Then there is such a clear decreasing trend in air quality within the St. John's at the St. wasn't the case. And in certain circumstances, in particular for buses, Euro 5 buses were in some cases worse on the road than Euro 4 buses. And so there was that reason to hold that position. However, if you look at the Council's latest reports on what's happening in the St. John's AQMA, they attribute the significant improvements over time in that case, to the use of Euro 6 buses on the route that goes through the St John's AQMA and the benefits that you see from that. You see similar benefits with vehicles as well. If I could give you a reference to figures 5.5 and 5.6 on pages 22 and 23 of the reference document 308. That's DEFRA's testing report for vehicles on the road. And what you see there is you see that, again, it just goes back to the fact that is there solid evidence for saying that new vehicles are now cleaner than older vehicles? And my answer to that would be a resounding yes, there is that evidence. And we're not relying on, in terms of our predictions, we're not relying on any whole-scale electrification of the fleet. By 2027, there's still less than 2% of the fleet is presumed to be electric at that point. So that it's not relying on electrification. It is simply relying on the natural turnover of the fleet. And those new vehicles are definitely better than the old vehicles. So I would say that SEPA's position that you should hold emissions constant is now overly conservative.
Would the council concur with that? Emma, I've got an alternative view.
Yeah, no, I think the points raised by SEPA were valid points, and I think with talking about the trends and things like that, I think we've picked up on it in the best report, I think, to refer to is the 2019 Air Quality Annual Progress Report, but there is a table in there, table 3.1, that gives a summary of the annual mean nitrogen dioxide trends measured at some of our monitoring stations. And Glasgow Road, yeah, you're right, there's a slight, it's monitored as a slight decrease from when we started monitoring 2012 to 2018. We're still breaching there. We're still above the levels, and I think some of the monitoring stations were, or some of the tubes that we've got out there doing the monitoring, it's maybe 42, 45. So in the last 2 years, I think we've seen slight it's not going down. Not too sure why. We'll need to do more research into that. But no, I think the points raised by SEPA were valid, but I would then go back to the point that the level of car parking you've proposed appears to be reducing significantly from what we were originally thinking of, so balancing that out is required.
So that takes us back to maybe the point around mitigation. Okay.
Can I just... Yep. I mean, we've undertaken, based on Edinburgh's analysis, quite an in-depth statistical analysis of the data in Glasgow Road AQMA, and using this Mann-Kendall test, which is a way of looking at the significance of the slope and the decrease in the concentrations over time in Glasgow Road. At the point of maximum impact or maximum monitoring in Glasgow Road is there's a decreasing trend that's significant at the 99th percentile confidence interval. So I would still maintain that there is evidence for decreasing trends.
Okay, well, I think...
Can I just one very final point on this, is that, I mean, the whole, there are proposals now for clean air zones, and those proposals are based on only allowing certain vehicle classes or certain Euro classes of vehicles into different areas of the city. Yeah? And if there wasn't compelling evidence that the new classes were better than the old classes, then the use of a low emission zone in that sense would be, it would have no effect, essentially. Yeah? But all of the evidence points towards it having an effect. What low emission zones do is accelerate that improvement over time that we are seeing across the city.
My final point on this matter on the agenda was securing the air quality mitigation, and there's obviously a slight difference of opinion between the applicant and the council, but that's likely to lead into tomorrow in terms of what is set out in conditions, and is there anything else that should be considered by condition. But I just want to be clear that I'll leave this hearing with a clear understanding that the council view was that mitigation measures should be secured through consent, and the applicant's position was that it wasn't required to be secured as a prerequisite, if you like.
Absolutely. I think what we're talking about there is that it's almost a grammatical difference in that they're saying, or the council is saying that there should be air quality conditions secured by condition, and my position is that they can be, and best practice would say that we should have them in, yes. But all I'm saying is, going back to the issue of significance on an EIA level, I don't think they are required to reduce impacts to not significant. But they certainly can be, and I wouldn't be doing my duty as an air quality scientist if I didn't propose at least some mitigation.
Is there anything that any other party would like to say on air quality before we go back to item 8, just to make sure? No? Okay. Okay, that moves us back to item 8, which are impacts on the park and ride facility, which we've clarified yesterday the development plan position with regard to the park and ride facility. It's within the application boundary, and that's quite clear from the red line. Although there are plans that indicate it not being there, but essentially it's there, and there are no plans to change it. Beyond the LDP, in terms of local transport strategies or action programmes, is there any definitive plan to change the location or configuration of the park and ride facility? Just to ask that of the council, just for clarification.
There are no definitive plans to change the park and ride at the current time, although what I would say is there is potential scope to expand it to the eastern side. That's not been taken forward by the council to date. Obviously the relationship between this application does have to be considered, but it's not been taken forward.
And is that a potential impact on the application site? Although you alluded to it not being a firm plan, but is it mentioned in transport strategies or action programmes that there's an extension to the east proposed? Or is that just an aspiration?
I don't believe it's an aspiration. I don't believe it's actually defined anywhere in any particular strategy, but my colleagues are just checking the position in Weta at the moment.
Sir, maybe to provide some clarification, the council does own some additional land to the east of the current park and ride facility, which is not within the applicant's control.
That clarifies it for me. Now this might be a strange question, but I perhaps should have picked it up. But does the overall floor space, the quantum of floor space as it's been referred to, that excludes the park and ride facility? Absolutely clear on that?
Yes, that's correct.
I just wanted to be absolutely clear that the quantum of floor space didn't actually cover the park and ride facilities as some of the plans do indicatively. Okay, that's clear. Is that your understanding, Council?
Yes, so that's correct.
Yeah, okay,
and,
that's fine.
I think I have stated in the report of handling that any proposals to redevelop any parts of the park and ride would need to be subject to a separate consent process.
Okay, so in my report to Ministers, I'm considering the park and ride facilities as there, as now, and consider it to be there in perpetuity, really, in terms of my consideration for the moment. So I'm now very clear on that. We've had submissions from third parties and during the hearings proceedings around the impacts of overspill into the park and ride, and should there be requirements to manage that through parking controls. As part of the Council's consideration of this application, our parking management processes or controls have been thought of with regard to things in park and ride, or do you not think it's an issue relevant to consider for this application?
Certainly when I was considering the application, it was apparent that that might be an issue going forward. And I did state in my report that the management of parking on the park and ride site would need to be further considered by the Council to ensure that objectives to both minimise and control parking levels through the IBG development are not undermined. Appropriate parking controls would therefore need to be introduced on the park and ride facility in response to build-out rates.
Would that generally come along with a cost associated with that?
Yes, I mean there would be a cost there. Presumably the council would have to bear in terms of the ongoing management of that site.
Is that a cost that's directly attributable to the IBG Phase 1 or even future phases?
No, it's entirely separate to the IBG application. It would be a matter for the council.
I'm not asking whether it's a separate matter, it's whether or not the impact and the need to address parking controls would be as a consequence of the development of the site over the next 10, 15, 20 years.
So I think I'll let you come in a second. I think when the park and ride first went into place, there was that sort of controlled regime in terms of a barrier across it, and the barrier infrastructure was originally put in place. And you might be able to just, if he knows a wee bit more about that we did start off with a sort of controls on there, and there was the patronage wasn't as good as it could be. I think the controls were removed, so there already is some infrastructure in place.
Yeah, the purpose of the park and ride site is to serve car trips that would otherwise be going to the city centre. As Elaine alluded to, for a long period of time the park and ride site didn't operate at capacity. However, since the introduction of tram, there is at times now that is capacity. We're aware of a level of misuse of the park and ride site for purposes other than car trips to the city centre, and the council is actively considering a management system to deal with that at the moment.
Do you consider? I think you have alluded to that. You consider that to be an issue, though, that there is the potential for misuse of the site if the IBG Phase 1 goes ahead. Is that the case that as an issue has been alluded to, but in the report of handling? But is it an issue that's directly relevant to the implementation of the business site?
I mean, it falls within the chapter within Letter Refresh, covering that whole gambit of the opportunity to people to effectively park off-site. So controlled parking zones is one example. The park and ride site, if uncontrolled, obviously could offer an opportunity for people to park there and walk into the development site. So you know, by definition then, to mitigate that, we'd be looking for a control system. But we have an existing problem anyway, and we are developing control system to deal with that problem, and that system would be able to deal with avoiding, if you like, the potential for people working in IBG1 but parking in the park and ride site.
You've used the words could and potential. Having used it and visited the site, I just imagine it would be something that would happen. But that's just having visited the site and knowing the site. That's one of the cases of there's a shortage of parking elsewhere. Sorry, you want to?
I was just going to say that you sort of asked the question, was it directly attributed to IBG that we would need to bring the controls in? And I think, as Ewan explained, no, it isn't. But there's a number of other uses within the area that you could attribute that parking, whether it was expansion of the showground, somebody parking to use some of the hotels instead of avoiding the paying structure for the car parks here, going down to the airport, these sorts of things. There's a whole myriad of different uses within the area that could all attribute parking into the park and ride that's not for the function it was designed for.
Is there, given the proximity, would you at least concede that there's a high risk of overspill into the park and ride?
No, definitely from a number of uses, yes.
And particularly from the IBG phase 1,
yes.
Given the proximity?
Yes.
Within the site, okay. Okay.
I would like to comment.
Yeah, I was just going to...
Of course, if a transport assessment had been undertaken, this is a requirement, a TAG requirement. TAG 5.67, off-site parking provision and control need to be included in the transport assessment. That's quite specific. The second sentence is, restrictions on on-site parking may lead to overflow parking in the surrounding area. We have quite a low parking level being proposed. I just can't see how, and it needs to be considered here. It should have been in a transport assessment. How will the council stop somebody parking in Ingleton Park and Ride and walking straight over the boundary into IBG Phase 1?
I think we've heard from the council that there are proposals in place. Would it be your view that those proposals or management arrangements would have to be in place before the development is first used?
Can we understand what those proposals would be, sir? TAG's quite clear. This should be considered now, and we should understand how it would operate. Using the phrase "a controlled system" is fine, but how would it actually work in practice? I've been thinking about this. I can't see how a person can be prevented from parking in the park and ride site and walking around the corner.
Do you want to try and answer that? Are you going to build a wall?
We are thinking around options, and we haven't decided yet. But I mean, an example would be linked to ticketing on the tram system or bus system with a ticket with a destination in the city centre would be a requirement to be able to utilise the barrier system. That's one example, but we are exploring others, but they don't include a wall.
Sir, if I could just come back on some of the points you've raised. And obviously, this needs to be thought through very carefully, and the position on this side of the table is it should be done now, sir, and it hasn't been done. On the point you raised with the council about whether the effects of the development on the park and ride are such that would justify the council seeking a contribution, which I think is where you're going, a contribution from IBG. It's to be noted, sir, that the council have lodged the ELSIC judgment, Supreme Court judgment, which says that basically provided the impacts are not de minimis. And in this case, I don't think the impact on the PNR would be de minimis, sir, because it's part of the same site. It's going to be very difficult to stop parking for the office use. It is very vulnerable. Therefore, I am quite frankly amazed that a contribution is not being sought from IBG, sir. Are the taxpayers of the council taxpayers of Edinburgh to pay for this, sir?
I can't answer that question, but I'm going to ask Transport Scotland if you've got any particular view in the matter before I come to the applicant.
It may seem a fairly simplistic point of view. The number of car parking spaces exist at Ingliston, and there is a proposed level of car parking, whatever that may be, for this site. Now, whether a car is arriving specifically to go to IBG or whether it's going to the Ingliston Park and Ride for park and ride purposes, that facility exists for it. So in terms of what the impact of that on the trunk road network is, to some extent it's largely irrelevant. The Ingliston Park and Ride exists, and therefore it could fill up on a daily basis, as it does with traffic. Whether or not that's going to IBG or not, I do take the point that the council will have to consider how best to manage its assets, and whether that involves taking contributions from developers or whether it's funding itself. It's entirely a matter for the council to take that forward.
Yes, Ms. Watson.
What's to stop somebody coming along parking in the park and ride, getting a ticket for buying a ticket to go into town, and then just walking to work and not bothering using the ticket, because that would be cheap parking?
As well as buying the ticket, one of the options we're considering is actually a levy for parking itself. So there would be a financial aspect to that. But if the absence of the ticket to exit the park and ride site, and it could also be the ticket coming back out from the city centre, is the relevant ticket. But as I say, we are working through these options to come to a sensible solution, and I expect the points you've made and also Mr. Martin's made that it is challenging, but we do believe that there is a solution there.
Is there a risk, if there was to be overspill, that the principal purpose of the park and ride facility about travel into the town centre would be diminished? Is that a fair point that you would agree with?
I do agree with that, but as I say, we've got an existing issue. We know that there is a significant proportion of parking going on at the moment in relation to employment centres in and around this area. When the car park was operating at under capacity, we took the view that as far as trips going to the city centre, that the asset was delivering on that purpose. That the introduction of the tram was a bit of a game changer, and the park and ride site is now much more attractive, and we're seeing it at capacity. So we are not maximising at the moment, I would say, the potential for avoiding trips driving into the city centre, and that's why we've started to prioritise that we need a management system around this to make sure that that's the case.
So you've clarified that the current position is that it's generally speaking, you would say it's operating near or close to full capacity.
At certain times of the year.
At certain times of the year, okay. Of course.
Have you any idea how much of the capacity is actually used at the moment for overspill?
I don't have an exact figure, but we know there's a significant element around local employment centres. I'm not going to name any of them. We do monitor the car park. I mean, one thing that we don't tolerate is anything beyond 24 hours, and so we do monitor anything that's staying overnight, and that's dealt with. The control mechanism is very much will now start targeting basically commuter trips that are using it because there's insufficient car parking at other employment centres, which is exactly the situation that we're talking about with IBG.
My point would be, so that, as I said, it has to be undertaken now in accordance with TAG. Why would you not do it now to stop a situation which will undoubtedly become worse?
Okay, thank you. But I think we'll turn to the applicant now. You've heard a discussion on that matter and my questioning to the council. So I'd like to hear what you've got to say on the matter.
There are a couple of strands here. I'll try and get my way through them. In terms of what the council have just said in relation to the Ingliston Park and Ride, as I understand from what they've just said, the existing park and ride facility at certain times of the week or the year is at capacity at the moment. That would suggest that there's not a huge amount of capacity in the existing park and ride for overspill parking from IBG or any other development in the area. Notwithstanding that, I mentioned this earlier on, but if you go back to where to refresh figure 5.2, which and that section indeed, which is on page really faint 20. It's on page 20. And this is the whole section that talks about controlled parking, and there's the plan that I think we mentioned earlier about the main controlled parking zone, which not only covers the park and ride, but quite a substantial area of West Edinburgh and South Gyle, etc. This is also tied in with the DM subcommittee report, CD22A, on page 56 of 117. Under informative 5, which says that all car parking, where not controlled private off-street parking, will be subject to control as part of the West Edinburgh Controlled Parking Zone. Suitable traffic orders will require to be promoted and implemented at no cost to the council. That suggests to me that the applicant is to pay for some traffic order to be promoted and implemented in relation to the West Edinburgh Controlled Parking Zone.
It suggests to me as an informative that the applicant's not going to pay for it because it's an informative. But we'll go on to discuss that and what should and shouldn't be in planning obligations agreement based on the conditions and the set of informatives that have been put forward. My understanding on informative is it's not binding. Airport.
Controlled parking zones relate to residential areas, so how on earth you would apply a controlled parking zone to Ingliston Park and Ride, I simply do not know. And the other point is, what happens when a city centre commuter comes along, tries to go to Ingliston Park and Ride and finds it's already full with overspill parking? What on earth does he do? Does that mean extra congestion going into the city centre? We can't, or we shouldn't be seen to be disadvantaging city centre commuters at Ingliston Park and Ride because people that are employed in close proximity to the park and ride site are using it for overspilling and getting there earlier.
Anything you'd like to add in closing on this item? Because I think I've probably heard all I needed to hear, but I'll give you one opportunity.
I don't think so, other than the fact that the council have already stated that there's an existing problem with, for want of a better word, people abusing the current park and ride facility at Ingliston and potentially other park and ride sites around the city periphery is a convenient way of parking and either walking or taking the tram to work that's not actually in the city centre. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Okay then, item 9 now. In terms of delivery and timing of transport infrastructure. I'm quite clear from our discussion earlier on that I need to concern myself with the impact of the phase 1 without the link road. We're all agreed on that, although obviously Wet Array Fresh has modelled those impacts. Was that the case when Wets looked at Eastfield Road mitigation? Did that include the link road or not? It wasn't clear on that from earlier on. I'm quite clear that the delivery of the link road isn't associated or come forward as part of this development. But just a question in terms of modelling. Did Wets look at Eastfield Road mitigation with that link in place, or was it solely the mitigation that is proposed for Eastfield Road?
Wets did not look at the what's termed the Gogger Link Road in the Council's LDP.
Okay. Your understanding? Okay. Okay. Item B, delivery and timing of new infrastructure. We'll go into that in more detail tomorrow, but I just wanted to make sure there was no doubt in the Council's position with regard to the impacts. The infrastructure is to be in place before buildings are occupied and delivered and on the ground for that eventuality. So when buildings are occupied, all the measures that are set out are to be in place.
Yes,
Just wanted to make sure that that's your position.
Yes, that is our position.
Okay. Is that your understanding as the applicant?
Yes, that's our position in terms of core document 26. It's laid out in there, and it's also in my hearing statement at section 2.6.1.
Is there anyone of the view that infrastructure should be, some of the infrastructure should be in place at different times, maybe before construction commences? Is going to be any impacts on Eastfield Road with regard to construction that requires any of the mitigation to be in place? Is everyone quite clear that all they're concerned about is mitigation before buildings are occupied, or is there a concern over construction impacts? Ms Watson.
I was going to ask whether it's not about transport, but it's to do with before construction start, whether there's any chance of getting some of the trees put in at the top on the southern parkland, whether that can be put in place before construction starts.
In terms of what the council had agreed in terms of conditions and landscaping, and when that would come in terms of further matters, perhaps you might want to give an answer to Ms Watson in terms of when you'd expect the core landscaping out with the plots to take place, or the applicant, in fact, either or.
Sorry, sir, could you repeat the question, please?
It's really just when you'd expect the core landscaping out with the plots to be implemented. Not a transportation matter.
It's not a transportation matter, but if it assists, I think that might be set out in the implementation strategy for the. I think the site's been divided up into 12 to 16 plots. I can't remember exactly, but it demonstrates what, if you come forward with plot number, for example, 7, you need to implement all the different parts of that jigsaw for that plot to be serviced. So I think it's laid out in the implementation strategy in terms of landscaping, SUDs, etc., and indeed that the road infrastructure, the internal road network and pedestrian facilities. So I think it's all laid out in the implementation strategy.
If I could just add, just add to that, sir. We'll obviously cover it tomorrow, no doubt, but condition 1, the final part to that requires, as part of the first application, or would require as part of the first application for the approval of matters specified in conditions, a submission of details for strategic site infrastructure, to be accompanied by a detailed phasing and implementation plan, and for that plan to be substantially based on the principles already set out in the implementation strategy as referred to by Mr Bissett, and which has been put forward as a document for approval at the PPP stage, and that phasing and implementation plan shall include, as part of it, site-wide tree survey information.
Does that provide an answer for you, Ms Wilson?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by the last bit. What did sideways?
It may very well be a matter that you could have a discussion offline, if you like. Okay.
So could I just come in here, because obviously the construction impacts are not something which has been addressed until now. We do have the session tomorrow. I see amongst the many conditions there is a condition 19 which relates to the noise impact of construction and how they may be managed. But because Eastfield Road is so important to the airport, sir, our suggestion tomorrow, just to kind of warm it up, would be that there would be some form of construction impact management plan, of which the sort of basis of that is really to mitigate, as far as it can be at all possible, impacts on Eastfield Road. And the airport, I think, would like to be represented as a key stakeholder within that sort of management plan, with regular meetings and so on and so forth. So just warming up for tomorrow.
No one of the parties here has indicated that the infrastructure which is set out as the mitigation needs to be in place any time before the first occupation of a building. That schema, that's not your. You're happy
I do understand
with
that. We're happy with that, but obviously part of that mitigation involves major works on Eastfield Road, sir, and it's the management of the construction effects of that, if this development were to proceed, that also concerns the airport as well as the operational effects.
The applicant.
Sir, my understanding is that there would be a requirement on the applicant to, once a suitable contractor has been appointed for development of the site, for example, the first building, they will be required to prepare a construction environmental management plan in any event.
So that's true, but in the conditions it relates solely to noise.
Okay, so I think that is a matter that we will visit tomorrow. The time that we can have closing remarks, we've made good progress actually after the break. Transport Scotland, I'm quite happy that you don't need to provide any closing submissions. Ms Watson, do you no. So we've got three parties. It was 30 minutes yesterday that we allowed. Is that a reasonable time, or would you like to come back about 1:45, do you think? Does that sound reasonable? Okay, so if we adjourn just now, take a short break until 2:15, and that will provide an opportunity for the council, the airport, and conclude with the applicant.
Before we depart, sir, I was going to raise this right at the end of the proceedings, but it's a fairly benign comment, but I would really appreciate if the applicants could perhaps email all parties tonight to identify who are, in a legal sense, the IBG stakeholders. Because I've just gone to look at the planning application that's been lodged, and it refers to the applicant as the IBG stakeholders, which is not a legal person, sir. And it would be important that, certainly from the airport's perspective, that the identity of who those stakeholders are is disclosed before proceedings tomorrow, sir. I don't know, so it must be a fairly straightforward thing. Who are they? It's as simple as that, sir. Can we know? Because we don't actually know, or I don't know.
Well, let the applicant deal with that with you directly. I think there is a list of landowners in the documentation that I've seen, but if you want to say anything just now, please do so. If not, you can do it offline. But Mr. Collins.
not necessarily a problem, sir, but I'm just interested to know what the planning relevance is, because the mantra is very much it's use, not user.
That's why I was probably encouraging it offline. If you want to have that discussion, that's fine. I'm not asking for that information unless there's a legal point that needs to be made in terms of why I need it.
The reason now, sir, because I'm pretty sure it would be obvious, if the airport are tomorrow to make a claim for expenses, sir, we need to know against whom that claim is going to be made, and that's why it is important to be accurate about that, sir.
I'll leave you to get those details or to have that discussion. We'll come back at 2:45, and we'll go for targets once again. 10 minutes maximum. Does that sound reasonable for each of the parties? Okay, thank you. We'll see you at 2:45. Before we go into the closing submissions, I think Transport Scotland were wanting to ask a question. They were up talking to me earlier on.
Thank you for your indulgence, sir. It's just Transport Scotland had intended to be attending tomorrow on to discuss planning conditions. Our statement refers to our views on perhaps the requirement for conditions relating to parking and mode share. We're content to leave that to the main parties to discuss in more detail and come to a decision on. However, unless anyone is, as I say, otherwise strongly minded, it wouldn't be our intention to attend the conditions discussion tomorrow.
Are any of the parties strongly minded in that way? We've heard from you today, and we have your hearing statement. I'm content with that, unless there's a really strong preference from any of the parties. Okay. Thank you all. The other matter that I was going to raise was, I alluded to it earlier on, is that given the production of the amended car parking standards, depending upon the discussion tomorrow, I may have to ask some questions specifically on that with a further procedure, but I'll hold fire on that until we conclude our discussions, and I'll try and outline, if possible, if there are any further information requests arising from this hearing. But I will just flag that up just now because that arises from this hearing, and I'll clarify it for you all tomorrow. But it will be very focused on the parking standards. So if I can hand over to the Council to begin their closing statements.
Thank you, sir. As we set out yesterday, assessment of this application is against the development plan, and in terms of the transport matters we've been looking at today, whether there's adequate transport assessment or not, the relevant policy is TRA 8, and certainly considering whether there is appropriate transport assessment. In terms of that, in terms of the transport assessment guidance, there's para 2.7 that we alluded to earlier, of it not being a tick box exercise and it being a case of considering appropriate level of transport assessment for the particular type of application. Is it a PPP stage? Is it detailed? Is it AMC stage? What size of development is? And nature of the development. So in this case, sir, as we've set out earlier, a cumulative approach to transport assessment was something that was accorded with the tag 5.7, and it being very appropriate for this area of Edinburgh. And indeed, as Ewan Kennedy set out earlier, this was something that the Scottish ministers set out at the very origin of WETA and directed the Council that this was the approach they wanted to take, was a strategic cumulative approach to looking at transport issues in this area of the city. As Claire Carr noted earlier, so tag 2.5, that transport assessments and mitigation needs to be able to evolve via the planning process. And it's entirely usual and appropriate to require appropriate transport information at the AMC stage. And especially in cases like this, where it could be a number of years away before we are having AMCs come in, And as we've demonstrated by some of the evidence today, with standards and issues changing, even within a couple of years, the levels you're setting and what is required may evolve quite significantly within that time frame. And that is why it's more appropriate to be looking at that level of detail at that stage and setting those conditions as a part of the AMC. Council's position remains that sufficient transport assessment has been provided for assessing this planning permission in principle. Now, moving on to parking, I just wanted to make it clear that if parking had been set out in more detail within this planning permission in principle, which remains our position, that wasn't something that had to be done, but even if it had been, it wouldn't have been something we'd have sought to restrict it at that level as a condition within the PPP consent. It's a matter that's far more appropriately dealt with at AMC stage, because as we've just been looking at today, the guidance on this issue is constantly evolving, and indeed by that stage it may have evolved again. So it's appropriate that that is conditioned and restricted at that stage in time. The Eastfield Road corridor, Wetter Refresh has properly updated WETS. It's quite clear when you read its terms that it considers the various issues that were part of WETS and part of its cumulative assessment, and whether each of those issues, each of those parts needs updated, as in could be removed, could be added to, and in terms of that corridor, they've chosen not to add further requirements to it, but it's not something that's been ignored. It has been part of that assessment. The point 6D today, then the infrastructure requirements have clearly been set out and can be secured and delivered at appropriate stage. We'll obviously examine that somewhat more tomorrow. Sufficient assessment has been made in terms of public transport provision and capacity, and I think it's maybe part of what we're saying already, that in terms of detail that we've not gone into yet, that's more appropriately dealt with at the AMC stage. We've got enough in terms of what is necessary to consider at this planning permission and principle stage in terms of the Council's views. Park and ride, as was set out very recently on that, the Council's identified and is seeking to address existing deficiencies with the park and ride, and indeed to resolve these well in advance of any development being built at IBG 1. It's been looked at now. We've still got AMCs and anything else to follow to actually build development here. And that would, as part of addressing those deficiencies, those issues, that would address the concerns that have been raised in terms of abuse of that park and ride arising from this development. Air quality. So yes, we considered there were significant impacts on the Glasgow Road AQMA, but that these can be appropriately mitigated. We did look at that today, sir. So just concluding, it remains the Council's view that there has been sufficient transport assessment carried out in respect to this PPP via the detailed WETA process and the transport addendum that was provided as part of this application. And transport assessment does evolve through the planning process, and the appropriate stage to deal with remaining matters in detail is as part of AMCs as they come forward in the years to come. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Council. Can I turn now to the airport for their closing submissions?
WETS and the Wetter Refresh are both strategic transport studies for multiple sites. The Council's hearing statement, the first paragraph on page 35, confirms WETS is one, and Wetter Refresh 10.5 confirms the latter as one. They do not constitute a detailed transport assessment for the site as required by Wetter Refresh 10.5. We do not have a transport assessment for the site on its own. Tag 1.3 indicates that such a major development requires a detailed technical analysis in a transport assessment. Note the word detailed. WETA 10.5 distinguishes between the words strategic and detailed when describing transport studies. Strategic studies network performance is in terms of average junction delay and journey times. Detailed transport assessments assess impacts in terms of congestion, junction capacity, local accessibility, public transport impacts and public transport viability, how mode share targets will be met, and parking implications. None of these have been assessed by the applicant. Also, if the applicant wishes to support the proposal by a strategic study, it should be WETS, not the WETA refresh. WETA refresh paragraph 6.2.2 and page 96 of the conclusions make this very clear. The IBG mitigation is defined and assessed in WETS, not the WETA refresh. The Council and the applicant suggest the documents presented represent a TA in all but name. But the very difference between the two types of study, strategic and detailed, is so obvious. WETS and WETA do not provide the detailed analysis required of a TA. The word detailed is used 19 times in transport assessment guidance. There is no reporting on a number of tag requirements for a transport assessment, particularly in terms of detailed analysis, public transport assessment and viability, and how the ambitious mode share will be achieved. And there is no understanding of how parking will be controlled at the park and ride. All parties agreed yesterday that it was necessary to show how the mode share targets would be met today. WET's traffic analysis has been demonstrated to be deficient on a number of counts: model calibration, reporting of traffic analysis results and passenger growth. I have not heard any discussion today to suggest otherwise. The SWECO hearing statement is incorrect in suggesting the applicant's documents are tag compliant due to the various tag requirement omissions in their documents. The SWECO hearing statement is correct in its stressing of the importance of model calibration along Eastfield Road in terms of fit for purpose of modelling. Unfortunately, the comments were referring to the well-calibrated WETA refresh model of Eastfield Road and not the poorly calibrated WETS traffic model of Eastfield Road. It is clear that if SWECO had commented on the calibration of Eastfield Road in the WETS model, there could have been only one conclusion in their hearing statement: the WETS traffic model is not fit for purpose.
Sir, I'm reluctant to intervene, but a lot of these comments aren't actually anything that was directly discussed today.
At the moment, I think they're generally around the topics that we discussed today, so I'm quite happy to hear this out, but please bear in mind Mr. Collar's comments when you continue your concluding statements.
Yesterday, Mr. Collar indicated in his closing remarks that sufficiency of information would be demonstrated by the applicant today. However, a detailed transport assessment has not been provided. There is insufficient information presented, and the information that has been presented has been demonstrated to be deficient. The airport consider that it is impossible to grant planning permission in principle given these circumstances. The airport share the Transport Scotland concerns that with a development of this size, with ambitious mode share targets, matters such as public transport impacts and capacity need to be undertaken at the front end as required by TAG, LDP and SPP. A detailed transport assessment would surely have addressed these fundamental points. Finally, I go back to the reason for the call-in: to allow further consideration of transport impacts of the proposed development in view of the national importance of the West Edinburgh area. The applicant and the council have not addressed the transport impacts. Transport impacts include both traffic and public transport impacts. The latter have not been assessed at all, the former insufficiently. This then leads to consideration of SPP Para 287. The applicant's transport documents have not identified satisfactory ways of meeting the sustainable transport requirements with reference to TAG. Planning permission should therefore not be granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. The final submission from the applicant.
Thank you, sir. As with yesterday of necessity, the discussion has been rather piecemeal, and I'm not going to revisit items individually, but make some general comments on the overall context. Firstly, the various items in policy, and particularly guidance that we've looked at, to emphasise the generality of approach and make the point, as we've heard today, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and it is not just appropriate but necessary to look at the uniqueness of this site and this development. Just to dwell on that for a moment, unusually, in my experience, we're discussing development of a site where there are already good non-car links. In my experience, we would normally be arguing about whether the walk to the bus stop was just out of the distance. We've heard none of that today. And dwelling on this uniqueness, as we've heard, it's a complicated transport context, and as Mr. Bissett emphasised, because of that, it's always been a cumulative approach. Again, this is the uniqueness. We're not dealing with a situation where there's a standalone transportation assessment scenario that you would normally get with an isolated, well, not an isolated, but a standalone housing site. The West Edinburgh context, as we've heard all the way through today, has always been treated differently. And also just making the point that because of this uniqueness, the examples that we've touched on briefly today about other sites, we heard about East of Milburn Tower, we heard yesterday about the airport's pan, those examples are, I would submit, of no value to you, sir, because they're very much on their circumstances. And as I say, it's quite clear from the discussions both yesterday and today, this site, this context is very unusual and is very unique. And going back to the evidence on that, Mr. Bissett mentioned in particular that there are significant transportation interchanges a few stops away. Interchanges plural, not singular. So again, we're not arguing about, oh, the walk to the bus stop is a bit too short. This is a situation where we're replete with public transport opportunities, and in fact, the reverse of the normal, we have the airport coming along arguing we're being complacent about the availability of capacity. Again, this is a very unique situation. So that was all looking at the generality of the guidance and reminding ourselves that we can't take a one-size-fits-all. As Mr. Kennedy said and Mr. Nelson reminded us, it's not a tick-box exercise. The follow-on from that is we always have to bear in mind the purpose of the guidance, the purpose of the assessment, and get away from the discussion many points today where we were focusing on individual paragraphs and individual phrases. As has been mentioned, the guidance acknowledges that transportation assessment is intended to evolve. You've heard a lot about that. I'll not dwell on that, but it's not a snapshot. There is an abundance of information about the transportation situation with this site. and as you reminded us, I'd mentioned yesterday that it's the substance of the information that matters, not what we call the document. It is a PPP application. The proposed conditions that we'll discuss tomorrow provide the strong controls. And just putting it into a framework, the issue here is it's the understanding of the assumptions underpinning that information, reminding ourselves, though, that it is always a snapshot in time and it's evolving. And we have the conditions, the Section 75 that we'll discuss tomorrow, to capture those assumptions and the potential for evolution. And again, making the point, there's nothing unusual in that scenario. Yes, this is a unique development, particularly because of the scale, but largely because of the location that I've been mentioning. But these issues about certainty going forward, that's not unusual. It's quite usual to be controlling that at the PPP situation. As I mentioned earlier on, the parameters being set through the EIA, flowing through the conditions, all of those aspects that we'll discuss tomorrow. On the air quality, I'm not going to say anything in case I make it less clear than it actually is. I think the questions you asked and the answers you got give you a very clear way forward. And that was all I had to say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all for your attendance today. We've finished up in reasonable time. We'll look forward to seeing most of you here tomorrow at 9:30. I'm not going to give an estimation of time for tomorrow, but I have got a series of questions, and you'll all have the agenda with you tomorrow. So we'll see you at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you very much.